7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. And Doug, we have an Irish invasion in North Carolina where Patty Harrington is turning back the clock and threatening to win the PGA Championship.
Oh, is that right? Okay. Yeah, boy, don't sleep on Luke Donald.
Yeah, the Ryder Cup captain is also leading, and what a story this is to see these two older gentlemen shocking the world. It's not Rory's time, it's not Scotty's time, it's Patty's time.
Are you declaring a winner, Tim? You're going to call it?
Yeah, Harrington's through 4.
Yeah, so they've been playing about 20, 25 minutes, maybe 30.
It's over.
So yeah, I think we can wisely announce who's going to win this thing at this point. Most of the guys haven't teed off yet. So I think we know how it's going to go.
David Puig has, and the Tam Avenue Capital Partners are all over him.
Okay.
He is even through 3.
All right.
Any other, buddy, you want to know about?
Yeah, how about Alex Noren?
Oh, Alex Noren's actually at the top of the leaderboard. Are you all over?
No, yeah, I'm looking at the leaderboard myself.
Martin, we will give you updates every 2 minutes on what's taking place.
Enough with the golf talk.
Oh.
Jesus, talk pee-pee. I'm waiting for the text.
You can send in your texts full of hatred, vitriol, 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. Then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where Uncle Leonard's in there. Remember him? He's a big fan of the show. And
Appliance salesman.
Kind of had a cap on.
He did, and Vince Coleman was his good buddy.
Kind of a surprise.
Yeah.
Where'd they meet, at Harry's?
I'm not sure. Probably Vince needed a dishwasher or something.
Roller skate guy was Miserini, but was he a decent boy?
That was Joe Ferret. Joe Ferret and Steve Miserini together were the decent boys.
So
now, Joe Ferret couldn't skate. He had the gout. They had commercials where they would rollerblade through their store, and Joe Ferret would just be walking. They'd say, "There's Joe Ferret. He can't skate. He's got the gout."
And that sold appliances?
Oh,
That's
and
right.
a million
They
of
were
them.
the decent boys. That's Yola for us. You can call in 314-974-0101. They're mad that Jackson's back is to them in the YouTube chat.
He's tending to business, it appears.
He's trying to. We've got a Cardinal replay. Doug, is this game 1 or is this game 2? It must be game 2. No, game 1 because there's no score. And in game 2, 21 runs were scored in the Cardinals' twin bill yesterday. I don't know how much of the 18 innings you guys had a chance to watch. I was able to watch both games 1 and 2, and I got to tell you, I was thrilled to be emotionally invested in the 8th inning of game 1.
I was too. Let's get a little base hit. Come on, Arenado.
Right.
Come on, Contreras. You got 2 ducks on the pond.
It was a nice piece of hitting by Brendan Donovan with runners at first and second. Hit a ground ball to the right side of the infield and moved the runners over to second and third. And I just started applauding by myself and hoped other people noticed and started tweeting about how I'm a great fan.
No, you shouldn't have. It's not a nice piece of hitting. A nice piece of hitting would have been a base hit to tie the game, not a ground out.
Runners over, and it was selfless, just like all of us in St. Louis.
You made an out. A nice piece of hitting would have been a 3-run homer right there, or a double in the gap. A ground ball to second, okay.
Second and third, 1 out with Nolan Arenado coming up. And then Wilson Contreras behind him. Why, these Redbirds easily are going to take the lead.
Well, I'd rather have the ground ball to move them over than a strikeout.
Nice piece of hitting, though.
It wasn't that nice a piece of hitting would have been a base hit.
How can you be so angry when they won the series?
One more hit and we sweep this darn thing.
But they won the series, Doug.
I don't care at all about series wins.
They took 2 of 3 from the Fightin' Phils.
That's right.
They got 2 wins. That's what matters. Not a series win, 2 wins. And I'm watching that whole second game. We just had 1 more of these hits, and we'd have swept them both. We'd be working on 11 in a row.
Chasing the Twins down.
Just hammering Aaron Nola.
Who knew that the home opener was a preview of the 2025 World Series?
Yeah, Nola's had a horrendous season. And Sonny Gray got off to a rough start, too. That's as bad a beating as he's taken in quite a while.
But tip of the cap to the boys for bouncing back. Down 5-1 in game 2. And why the Cardinals aren't going to roll over. And they just bounced on back and then put up 14 on Nola and the Phillies. How do you do?
I wonder what your odds are of winning a game when you give up 5 runs in the first inning. They can't be good.
Aggressive crowdsourcing.
Yeah, that was really crowdsourcing.
Especially with Jackson's back to us. It's like we're a visiting basketball team at the Hearn Center in 1995.
Shaking my keys.
What does shaking the keys mean?
Warm up the bus.
Ah, nice.
Beat the traffic.
Gosh.
Take a lap, freak.
Well, there was an awful lot to like about that second game, especially Mason Wynn is just hitting the hell out of the baseball right
Is he
now.
in the Prime Ministers?
He is not. I wish he was. I mean, he hits the ball hard every time he's up. And after a woeful start, he's up to 281 now. And yeah, he looks
0
terrific.
for 20. Start the year. Now we've got a guy named Alec Burleson, 3 for 5 with 4 runs batted in. Was there a TMA bump in advance?
Pre-bump, they call those.
Okay.
That's a pre-bump, and he will be with us at 9 o'clock. There's your Stiefel dossier. Alec Burleson. Friend?
He was nice enough to sit down. To call him a friend of the show might be a little aggressive.
Wow.
I mean, we'll give him the chance to be, of
We're
course.
hopeful,
We'd
Doug.
love to
We're
have
hopeful.
it. Yeah.
Well, the postman always rings twice in Quail Hollow. JT Poston now at the top
Okay.
of the leaderboard through 2.
You redid that movie with Jessica Lange? Jackson, was that in 1983?
The year of the Orioles and Phillies.
Postman always rings. It was Jack Nicholson?
Post
maybe?
Malone in St. Louis 2 nights ago. Did anybody go? 314-974-0101. What about Jelly Roll? Your thoughts? YouTube chat, anybody?
No, I didn't go, but I saw some pictures. It looked like Busch Stadium was packed.
Oh, is that right?
It's like they had a huge crowd. Yeah.
Jackson, you know anybody who went, or is that
Yeah.
for the olds?
No, I know a lot of people went. Oh, no, not for the olds at all.
Okay.
Yeah. I was thinking about going, but it's a late night. Real late
And you
night.
have Sweet Sweet Kai's wedding coming up.
Yeah.
You're resting up for the trip.
Gotta stay fresh. So I think I've seen Post Malone in concert before, and he's awesome. So
Did you see him when he fell through the stage?
That's right.
Gotta ask
You were
the
there?
same
Yeah,
thing.
I was there. Yeah.
What did you think happened?
I thought that he was having some sort of like medical episode because he was just writhing on the ground, and I didn't really see him fall through a hole in the stage.
You didn't think it was part of the act or anything?
No, maybe for a second, but then once you're going on a prolonged writhing.
Prolonged writhing.
So they just end it right there?
No, good on him. He broke ribs, and he still finished the show. He came back out like 20 minutes later.
What'd they do for 20 minutes while he was gone?
Said that he got hurt.
Just
and
nothing?
And sit tight, and then, he came back out.
Okay. I imagine adrenaline helps get you through some of that. He was probably really hurting the next couple days.
Ooh, big time.
And he still keeps coming back to St. Louis.
He's got a great fan base here. Best fans in pop music.
All of Cottleville was bussed into the Post Malone concert. That's from Neil Allen, Craig Paquette, and
They
Doug. We're
bust the
underway
whole
again
city.
with this Webster Groves Cottleville war.
Probably the Redbird Express buses.
Nobody ever saw coming. I went from the tickets I won from the TMA Christmas party where Doug kissed me. That's from Ray King.
Not true.
But you were dressed
Fake
up as
news.
Santa.
I was dressed up as Santa Claus, yes.
And Santa was kissing people?
No, that's fake news.
A little creepy.
88.9% chance of the Cardinals losing after the first inning. That's from Dirt STL.
88%? Yeah, probably at least that high.
Dirt STL, Elias Sports Beer. Which do you trust more?
Dirt
Doug?
STL.
Tied for first.
Okay.
Dirt STL all day.
That was a nice little win, that was. We were at Helen Fitzgerald's Doug's Turf.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, did you have Wingy Wingy and Crinkle Cuts, please?
We had some wingy wing. We had a lacrosse banquet, and the game is on. And that place
Who's
is
playing
a
lacrosse.
daughter
God
playing
bless.
lacrosse.
How about
Yeah,
that?
and I don't even know the rules, so I can't yell at the ref. It's really
You
a
gotta yell at
struggle.
the ref.
I know.
You ever call
I-
the coach and demand playing time?
I still yell at the ref, like, "Oh, come on!"
Give us some good markings, Zebra.
Kim will say, "What was the call?" I don't know. Come on, let's go here. Let's get it right. What did they do wrong? I don't know.
Call it both ways.
But that Helen Fitzgerald's packed house, the games, and it's almost as if fans are at the game. They're yelling at the TV.
Oh, all right.
Let's go,
People are
let's get a
invested.
hit.
Here we go.
It
We're
was
a
kind of
baseball
fun.
town again, Doug.
That place is
Comeback.
packed almost
Yes.
every night of the year.
That's 'cause of the
Almost
delicious wing
every
sauce.
night. The food is fantastic.
Crinkle cut fries.
Small village.
You think if they had thin fries, it wouldn't do as well?
No, I don't think it's a factor, really.
969 Fry Talk.
Yeah, give me those crinkle cuts and that wing sauce. Man, I might hit that tonight now that I'm thinking about it. It's all up in my head. You can tell us where you're going to eat tonight by calling in 314-974-0101. That's the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And then that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where a former King of England is talking over. That's Longshanks, and he says he's Team Cottleville, so you have to wonder if Longshanks will launch an invasion into Webster Groves like he did in Scotland. So that's something to keep an eye on at youtube.com/TMASTL. And Uncle Leonard, who was one of the decent boys?
I don't think he was one of the decent boys. No, I think he was a separate entity.
Well, he's talking to the Bridgeton Landfill Fume Huffer and Bill's Holes. So that's what's going on in there if you want to get in there and just get to know some new friends.
Well, should I do it now or wait till after the show?
I'm Team Baldwin, bitches. That's from Big Paws.
Big Paws.
No.
What's that supposed to mean?
Jackson, what does Big Paws mean?
Some of these text names, man, like just not.
What? You just don't. You don't. You're not amused as much as they are giving it to you.
It's just like what does it mean? And then like if they explain it at the point where they start explaining, it's like no, I don't care anymore. Like I don't know.
You're over it.
One could say I'm over it, yeah, but still very much involved.
Friend of the show is Joe Laporta. His son Sam Laporta plays for the Detroit Lions.
Oh, Highland, Illinois.
Producer Dave ran into him the other day, and he said, I listen to TMA every day. He said, but Jackson doesn't read my text. This is what he told producer Dave.
Come on, why would you do that to him?
We got the father of an NFL star listening to the program, texting in, and you refuse to let him text get through. What's that about? Do you block him?
I don't read anyone. I don't read anyone's
It's
text.
sinister.
So I got his number, and I texted him, and I said, so sorry to hear about the fallout.
No, don't.
I furthered the conspiracy.
Yeah. Wasn't Max Scherzer's father listen to the show too? Wasn't that?
I believe, yes. Even in Florida, I think, tunes in.
Really?
Shout out to Brad Scherzer. Shout out to Joe Laporta. All of the famous dads are listening.
It's cute when Webster Groves duplex people make fun of somewhere they can't afford to live. That's from the overbearing youth baseball dad in the Michelob Ultra YouTube channel.
Overbearing youth baseball. Does the overbearing youth baseball dad have the cooler on wheels?
Oh, he probably does.
He gets
a lot of Powerades in there.
And berates the coaches and umpires.
A lot of Powerades, protein bars in there.
Which sport parent is the most destructive in the stands on the sidelines?
I think that's easy.
As a child, or excuse me, as a father of two young children, I'm entering this phase of life.
It is basketball.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, because they'll sit there and scream at the refs, and we're very close. You can hear them. It's very distracting. It's basketball.
Jackson, what do you think about that? That's your sport.
Yeah, Doug's right.
Proximity to the...
It's the bang nature of the game leads to everyone being like an expert on every call that happens, but only two people are making that call.
Yeah.
And it's really tough to ref a basketball game with only two people. You need three is the right number, but it's impossible to get
Yeah,
three
St.
refs.
Gabriel's, they'll have three.
And then you get
5 or 6.
You get into the AAU facet of it where everyone thinks they're going to be the next NBA player, including their parents, and they scream, and it's a real
such
scene.
a fast-paced game.
Are you a ref? You'd be perfect because your age, I mean, you could get
He
up and down the
chirps
court.
the zebras up at the JCC.
I work them, I would say. That's the better term. I work the refs.
He's like Nick Nurse.
You ought to be teed up.
I work them. I know the line.
I've had some 8-year-old baseball games lately, and there's just no umpires. And the coaches, the dads, just all kind of agree.
Can't find them. Can't get people
I don't
to do
think
it
they get
anymore.
enough to do it. So I need you doing that as you get a little older. Just every couple weeks, do some basketball.
Hand me the whistle. I rule with an iron
Hand
fist.
me the whistle.
They have a lot of trouble getting officials for high school football games now, so they can't all play on Friday
That's
night.
why there's a lot of Thursday
There's not enough
games.
refs to go around.
Don't forget about standing behind home plate to criticize your kid's every swing during his at-bats. That's from the overbearing youth baseball dad.
I remember when Jim Hayes stood back there and was calling pitches. Remember that? His son was pitching.
You were very critical of that video you showed
And he
me.
was saying strike before the ball even crossed the plate to try to influence the child umpire.
Sponsor of the program, Tim Burkhardt, just texted my phone, and he just gave a ranking, Doug. Here is the ranking.
Okay.
Because I know his kids are active in sports. He says golf dad is the worst, followed by basketball dad, followed by baseball dad. There is your rankings. Now,
Airtight.
I'm seeing, but Jackson, you'd be the first one to acknowledge hockey probably isn't your bailiwick. I've seen a lot of hockey comments.
Fights even.
Yeah, so that, but if you're not if you don't have a child involved in hockey, then it might be tough to pontificate.
Who is Golf Dad going to yell at?
I think his own son.
No,
Oh,
yeah,
that's good.
It's that's the cringiest one because it's like you're seeing stuff like that.
What if Golf Dad's actively cheating on behalf of his children?
That's also rough. I haven't seen that, in fairness, but I have seen the Golf Dad who's just staring a hole through their child as they...
Right, so it's directed at the kid. Golf Dad is usually on his own kid, not the ref.
Staring a hole through his
isn't.
child because he missed a putt or something?
More like it's like a chunked pitch shot that lands 5 yards short, and the dad's just so mad. It's
You
like,
can't forgive
why is he
that.
so mad?
Yeah.
well, because
Wants his son to
paid
do
for these
well.
clubs, paid
Well,
for these
sure,
lessons.
but if you're doing that, then the son's not going to do well.
Being out there for a high school match as a parent, like I think, and I don't want to judge anyone's parenting, but I think that's so wrong. Like it's supposed to be the kids being with the other kids and just
You
being
don't think
out
the
there.
parents should go to these?
I think it's golf
you're
is
saying
such
golf,
a tough
like, let 'em go
sport.
out there
It's
and
such a
play.
tough sport mentally. Like it's tough to block out the fact your parents there. You know, basketball, football, you're so adrenalined up, like you don't even think about it. But golf, you have your own mind to deal with. Now you got to deal with your parents.
Are these dads caddying for their sons?
No, that's not allowed.
Oh,
Not in
is it?
high school. It's not allowed.
So they're just there on the fairway,
Staring holes through their children?
down.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's rough. I've seen it.
Big Tough says Golf Dad is the worst. So Tim Burkhart's observation is gaining steam here. But of course, I mean, you have to have experienced all of these to. I don't know what soccer dad would be doing.
It was my experience. They often yell, "Nice ball!" Guy will make a pass. "Oh, nice ball, Timmy." Stop it.
Tim Doug is sideways with soccer dad.
He is.
I heard that a lot.
My favorite child umpiring story is Charlie Marlowe said if his mom was coming to pick him up and he knew it was like time for her to be there, he just started calling everything a strike to get the game, just to get the game over with.
Good for Chuckles. Guys, my golf dad used to laugh when I would chunk or blade one, and then later that night I'd be reminded my 4-putt on hole 15 cost me a medal. Thanks, that's from the 314. But people are sharing their trauma in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
All right. I just can't see it in golf. It must happen, but it's hard for me to believe that the dad would do anything. I mean, if he's just watching his son, does that mean he's staring a hole through him? You got to watch. That's what you're there for.
But like, I just don't think. I don't know.
The individual nature of the sport can make it intimidating if there's dad on every
you
hole.
have enough to do. Like golf is such a mental strain. It's like it's most of the game is in your own head, and now you're worried about like what your parents are thinking because they're right there. Like I just think it's too much. But maybe some people are totally cool with it. I don't know.
But you're saying them
sorry.
just being there or them yelling and screaming? What if they're just there?
If they're just
Their golf parents screaming?
No, I never saw that.
Okay, I was about
Never
to
saw
say
that.
that's
Or critiquing?
Honestly, just being like, I don't know.
Did this happen to you?
No. I can't speak to individuals and like what their relationship is with their parents, but like it's a lot of pressure just on its own. Golf is a lot of pressure. You're all on yourself. People are looking at you, and it's like I don't know. I think like even if you're there to support, it's too much. But that's just me personally.
But learning to deal with that pressure is also part of the game.
Not unless you're gonna go play on the tour. Well, unless you're
not really to that?
Well, if you're gonna go play on the tour, yeah. But like just to like,
I don't know. I'm going to respectfully disagree on that. Learning to deal with pressure is a part of life.
for sure. But like, I don't know.
When you have a child, and they go-
unforced pressure.
When you have a child and they're on a golf team, you're going to want to watch, see how they do.
Okay.
Wow, Doug, you just destroyed that guy and you didn't even mean to.
Don't you think you will? You'll be excited and want to see him do well. him
I'd
or
love
her?
to go out and play with them, but like, I think it's up to the child. Like, is it okay if I come out and hang out and watch? I won't say a word. I'll just hang out and watch.
And stare daggers through you when you chuck a chip.
But if it's I'm coming and you better play well. Yeah, that's brutal. I think.
Yeah, that would.
What
be.
about if they play tennis? Same thing?
It's adrenaline, big adrenaline sport.
Golf's not an adrenaline?
Much less so, I think.
So they can come to the tennis match.
You can go whatever you want. I'm not telling people how to parent their kids. I don't give a damn. I'm just
Yeah,
saying
with the
for
argument.
me, like I wouldn't want my parents out there when I was playing a high school golf match. Not at all. And even if and I have loving parents who always support me, but I just personally wouldn't want that.
My dad used to come to every game I had. Sometimes, high school games like baseball, they'd be 3:30 in the afternoon. He was always there. I thought, don't you work? I got to get a job like this. We can be at every game.
Would he ride you?
No.
Let's go, Dougie.
Sometimes
How about a good piece of hitting, boy?
he might have a word for an umpire or a ref every now and then.
Libby Jack, you're just flat out wrong. Go support your kids. That's from Seahorn's Jockstrap.
You guys are, not you guys in the room, but people out there might be misconstruing what I'm saying. Supporting your children is absolutely great, but I think asking the child, is it okay if I come out and watch? Is it cool? Will you be bothered by it? And you can be honest with me. And if they say, I love you, but yes, I would feel a little more pressure. Not going is actually supporting your kid as opposed to just going just to say you're supporting.
This dude's such a candy-ass millennial. That's from Nathan from the east side of Alton.
Whatever.
Soft mentality. That's from Shafty McShamus.
Jesus.
Bad takes. Sit a couple plays out. That's from
That's
Jabab
fine.
the
I'll just sit over you.
No, don't.
No, I was fine. I was trying to count up the Cardinals series wins. 8-5-1.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
They're a game out of first.
Here's
The
what
Cardinals
matters.
are coming. Chill out.
24-20. That's the only thing that matters.
But Tim, while he was doing that, Jackson, I was staring right through him, and I
because
think
you
he
were so
felt
pissed.
some pressure to come up with that stat, and he just couldn't quite get it done.
Bam is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he wants the radio call from the Doggies' first goal, Doug, last night, a 2-0 lead at the half. You were buzzing, texting my phone nonstop. And then, unfortunately, the rival Sporting KC able to force a draw and play got chippy there at the end. Unfortunately, what looked like a sure win turns into another disappointment.
They gave up 2 in the last 20 minutes. And now it's been almost 2 months since they've won a game.
0-6-3, yeah.
Winless in their last 9. They are really struggling. Next to last place in the West.
Maybe the players' dads are coming to the matches.
Could be.
Kind of intimidating.
No, because if I don't, it's going to fester. In sports where it's high adrenaline, basketball, football, even baseball, hockey, like that stuff, you can block everything out because you're so muscle memory. You kind of you're on autopilot. But in sport like golf, where you're battling so much in your own mind, having another thing of your parents being there might add another stressor, and that's just not great.
I know what you're saying. I totally know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're saying in those other
We're going to
sports,
exaggerate it for the sake of the show.
I just couldn't let it fester.
in those other sports, you're playing against someone.
Right.
And in golf, if you have a
That's
parent
perfect.
that's causing problems, you're playing against him.
Yeah, that's a perfect way of saying it, Doug. Even if the parent isn't being staring holes or just being there and being loving, that can still be tough for a kid.
Right.
What are the rules if your son's playing in the state tournament? Can you yell, 8-iron?
No instruction, only in between holes. Once the ball is holed, you can, and then
So
until
in
it's teed
between
off.
holes, you can go over and say,
A coach can give instruction. I'm not sure about a parent.
You don't ask your kids what you, their parent, can do. You tell them what you do and why you do it. That's from Paul from the wealthy part of West County.
Yeah, and he's wealthy.
I'm not judging how anyone parents their kids. Do you? I don't even have kids, so I don't even know what I'm talking.
Jackson soft. Anyway, basketball parents the worst. Oh my goodness, these people are unhinged. Soccer parent is a close second. Volleyball isn't bad. Hockey dad is definitely the cutest, but that's just because of you, Mr. Tim. Thanks, and hashtag free perk. Doug, that's from Colts beat writer Brian Henshin, and he was all over the schedule release last night.
Okay. I saw some things in AAU basketball. Makes me wonder why anyone would ever officiate any of these games. Why anyone would put themselves through that. The screaming from the parents 3 feet away in the bleachers. I just can't imagine waking up in the morning and say, oh, good, I get to officiate a few AAU basketball games today. It would just be horrible.
Oh, they're so mean, too.
Yeah.
How about this? As a high school golf dad, the worst part is watching other dads actively rooting against your kid. These guys are jerks. That's from Johnny Baba Ganoush from Lake St. Louis.
So if the other kid hits a bad shot, they cheer?
Is it the Ryder Cup?
That's awful.
So maybe golf dad is the worst in terms of sportsmanship, maybe?
I didn't see any of that.
You didn't see any. What did you see?
Just
I understand cheating, and this isn't
Yeah.
from you, but from my buddies who some of them wound up playing college golf, that cheating in high school golf is aggressive, I guess.
Yeah, but it's not. I wouldn't say it's the parents doing. I never saw a
So
parent.
like the kid would say, "I got a 5" when they got a 6 or something? That kind of thing.
A little shaving. But I've heard stories of kids who did that their whole season, and then they kept advancing, and then they eventually got to a place where like there's people watching and officials, and they put up some big numbers, big numbers, and you question how they got there in the first place.
I figured cheating was maybe nudging their ball, improving their line a little bit. You're talking about just outright giving the wrong score.
Well, I mean, if you have a four, if you're keeping score for another guy, but you're on the complete other side, and he drops a shot every third hole, says I got a 5 when he got a 6, that adds up. That can be the difference between making a cut and not.
It just seems like usually if you're at that level, if guys are good enough to be playing for their high school team, you don't see a lot of them in the woods. It'd be pretty easy to know what they were shooting.
Most high schools can get 3-4 really solid golfers, and then you're filling up the last 4 with some less than desirable.
Schleppers?
Yeah, I mean, golf's really hard, and most kids don't have time to grind like that.
Yeah.
Jackie, your kids are only little once. You go to every game that you can. That's from the Swing Haven board member who has invited us to some of his parties.
I really appreciate this kind of cheap pop festival that's coming at me, and I want just the slightest bit of nuance. I'm not talking about when they're 6. I'm talking about when they're in high school.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that it's okay to be out there. I'm just saying if you have the conversation with your kid, you might get some insight on maybe they don't feel great about you being there because they're just, or maybe they're totally cool with it. I don't know. I'm not trying to judge.
In CYC golf, kids don't even keep their own score, so they can't cheat. That's from Big Tuft. They don't keep their score?
No, the
there's
other
score?
kids keep it for you.
Oh, is that right?
Usually keep both.
Marker?
Yeah.
And then you say, I'll put down 5 for you.
There's a lot of brokering going on in high school golf.
Is that right? There's negotiations?
Big time.
I imagine you see a lot of stripe shows in CYC golf.
A lot of guys playing right to left at Riverside. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air heating and cooling email of the day. Glorious conditions out there this morning here in the St. Louis area. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp, longest running sponsor on TMA and sponsor of the email of the day. And Doug's a client, Martin's a client, I'm a client. Seth's been a sponsor of the program for a decade. You run into any issues, you go to designairservice.com and work with Seth and his team. He's 4th generation Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Your Stiefel dossier today features Alec Burleson as the Cardinals has just been. This is why having a living, breathing dossier is so valuable. I now have in the Stiefel dossier in segment 7-1 the Cardinals series win counter. Jackson now has a series win counter. 8 wins, 5 losses, 1 split. Man, that's good information. I wonder if there's any other organization that has more series wins than the Cardinals.
It just doesn't matter. It's just, I'm sorry, guys. I hate to burst the bubble here. It just doesn't matter.
Jackson, is that now a permanent part of the dossier?
That's going to be a staple. I will be updating as the season goes on.
Whether you can wear a Pirates hat or not, is that a carryover?
that's omnipresent. The program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
especially in October. Yes, St. Louis, we the truest red birds in our hearts. So many pennants, we should hang them from the arch. I love my birds on my chest, I love my birds on my hat. As long as that bird red, I'ma put it on my bat. I love my birds on my chest, I love my birds on my back. As long as that bird red, I'ma wear it on my hat. Yep, but Cali got them wheels, so you know he gon' steal. The cars, they got that staff, they gonna steal us the deal. Yes, St. Louis always
So you have to get fired up for the Royal Series when you hear this.
I really am. I'm going to drive to Kansas City as soon as this show's over. I've never done that. I've never made that weekend trip to Kansas City to see a Cardinal series. I think that'd be fun.
I made the weekend trip to Wichita 2 months ago.
How was that?
Long drive.
Yeah.
But realized how quick the drive to Kansas City was.
Yeah, it's not bad now. You go 85 miles an hour and you get there about 3.5 hours.
Yeah, podcasts or books. Kids got the iPad. Wife and I can talk about going to the AVNs in 2016, getting that picture with Keisha Gray that we sent out as our Christmas card. You know, we really rekindled things on that trip to watch Missouri lose to Drake.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
So the trip was worth it?
God, 12 hours in a car to watch 2 hours of Drake hammer Missouri. God help us all. Happy spring break, son. Jeez. I hope you enjoyed Wichita.
I thought Dad was
Next year we're
miserable
going
at
to
home.
Paducah.
The Hyperloop was supposed to help us get to Kansas City with like a 30, 40-minute ride or something insane.
Yeah, I was going to go
Imagine they could have lunch with your buddies in Kansas City and just turn around and come back.
200 miles an hour or something.
Yeah.
Royals may be hightailing it out of Missouri. Thanks, Governor Kehoe. That's from Kevin at the Lake. I don't follow that. Is there talk?
I think there's
the Royals?
development about
They're moving?
No, well,
Like moving across the state line?
right,
Okay.
to a complex out there because Missouri doesn't want to give them any money to build a stadium.
I ask this from a true place of curiosity because both Arrowhead and Kauffman, to me, are two of the finer venues in their respective leagues. But I realize that that doesn't necessarily matter when you're trying to generate more revenue. What is the backstory with that?
Well, they've both been there since, the late 70s?
I thought it was earlier than that. Really? It's the late 70s?
I think early 70s.
Yeah, early.
72,
okay,
73.
so they're 50 years old.
Yeah.
They might have infrastructure issues that they can't deal with anymore. I don't know. When I look at the stadiums, too, and I've been there, they're both outstanding stadiums. I know they got some traffic problems getting in and out of there, but who doesn't? What stadium doesn't?
Doug, they don't serve broccoli at Royals games, so you'd hate it. That's from Brad, and he's in Boca.
Well, is there anything? Is there, fish or something?
Fish. At the old ball game. Hey, where's the fish
salmon.
stand?
Well, Doug, you might remember Samantha Fox in 1988 when she said, "I want to have some fun." She also would occasionally star in late-night Cinemax films. Well, Ryan Fox is having some fun at Quail Hollow, and he is your leader. Here's a guy who just 6 days ago didn't even look like he was going to be playing in the event, and now here he is on his way to his first major. 3 under par through 5, and he just might shoot in the 50s today at Quail Hollow. Ryan Fox, Samantha Fox, have fun.
Are they related? Is this a husband and wife pairing? A son, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
You just threw her name in so you could talk a little bit of pee-pee.
That's a great read.
It was a weave.
It's like, yeah, if Queen Jack off. That's exactly right. Nice call. You call out the hand. You tip your cap. Alec Burleson's going to be on the program at 9 o'clock, and we welcome you to participate in said program. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is where friends like Jake and St. Genevieve and Uncle Leonard have gotten together and talked it over at youtube.com/TMASTL. Of course, you can stream the program, 101 ESPN app, TMA STL app. Download those and enjoy the presentation. As we enter, Martin, in the Stiefel dossier, the Cardinal Corner. Jackie Papers with these numbers. Mason went over the last 2 weeks, is hitting .317 with an OPS getting close to 1,000, 957. In the last week, an OPS over 1,000 and 8 hits. Mason Wynn on a heater. Both Mason Wynn and Wilson Contreras started off the season slow. Both have gotten red hot here as of late, and the Cardinals' streak correlated with those two getting right.
If you're Oli or whoever's making the lineups, I assume it's Oli, at what point do you say, all right, Burleson, we're going to give you an extended run in right field? Walker's not getting the job done.
Wow.
It looks like maybe we can stay close to the Cubs. At what point do you do that? It's got to be coming up, right? Walker's at 184.
In his
Gorman's at
interview with
173.
Katie Wu last week, John Mozeliak said they want to give that runway to both Walker and Gorman, although certainly Gorman isn't necessarily experiencing much of it. But yeah, if you're a team that is actually going to be in the mix, there is one glaring albatross in that lineup, and that is the guy you're giving runway to, Jordan Walker.
I wonder if maybe they might, at this point, they might both be better off batting 2 and 3 in Memphis right now until they get it right.
Because your best lineup would be Newt, Scott, Burleson outfield. Herrera would be your DH. Contreras at first. Donovan's at second. So I don't have. If you're filling it out based on what you've seen, you don't have a spot for Gorman or Walker in your nightly lineup.
Yeah.
If you're trying to win.
I know that's the last thing they want to do is send them back to the minors, but they gotta do something different than what they're doing. You just can't live with this. You can't live with 2 pretty much automatic outs in your lineup every night.
How long is the runway? It's a great question.
I mean, if it's only mid-May, that wasn't much runway. But
So I think they're committed to longer for sure.
Here is Oli Marmol talking about the second game victory and saying how much he loves that the team was not fazed by what Philadelphia was able to do against Sonny Gray in the first inning by putting up 5.
I love this group. They're doing a really nice job of just not giving in regardless of what's going on. And they've done it all year. But yeah, we give up 5 in the bottom half there, and there's zero panic in the dugout. Guys knew they had to put their heads down, take really good at bats, take their walks, and just hit their way out of it. And they did a really nice job against Nola and the rest of that pen.
I love the innings edits.
That's it.
We've seen some real growth.
Thank you. I feel like I've grown.
I agree with them that they didn't give up, but you're not supposed to give up. You're down by 4 in the first. What kind of professional athlete would say, I got no shot, I quit? But I understand what they're saying, but you shouldn't. However, the fans in Toronto certainly quit on their hockey team last night. You see any of that? They're down 4-0 starting the third period, and the place was half empty.
Martin, we got to adjust right now the Stiefel dossier because Continental Yoff talk was 8-1.
Okay,
geez,
sorry.
Doug is just
Sorry.
Jackson's head's spinning right now.
Furniture's flying off the deck here.
The subject was giving up, and the Toronto fans gave up.
You still have friends.
Boy, howdy.
They probably paid $200-300 a ticket to get into
gonna
Toronto
take
to watch that game.
Over on that dollar figure. I'm telling you.
Bernie
Federico a week ago with the Panthers down 2-0 and they were plus 185 to win the series said, I still like the Panthers. And he wasn't even like going, I know that this is a bold take. He's just like, yeah, I just think that the Panthers are a championship team and they're going to win this thing. How many people do that? But he called the shot, and now the Leafs go from that 2-0 lead to not just trailing 3-2, but in a game, and we'll have the sound, PK Subban on ESPN last night said is their most important game in decades. Not only do they lose, but they get blown off the ice. Martin, we adjust the Stiefel dossier.
Oh, sorry.
As Craig Berube, well, hey, you'll have to talk it over with Jackson. As Craig Berube's Leafs are now on the verge of elimination after it looked like, and keep in mind, they were in the lead in Game 3 to make that thing 3-0. Now on the verge of elimination themselves. Jackson, what do we have from last night's debacle in Toronto?
You want that PK Subban sound?
I think we might as well.
Yeah.
Brother,
We look at the past 21 years, they've had 2 series wins in 21 years. In the past 11 years, they've had 1, right? So we look at this, GMs, Dave Nonis, Lou Lamoriello, Kyle Dubas, Brad Treleving. We got 5 other coaches here. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again. And Brendan Shanahan's got to be asking himself, what do I have to do? But he also has to look at himself in the mirror. He's went out and acquired all these coaches, GMs, put these players in this position. It hasn't worked out. And I could be like everybody else being critical of the Leafs, but this was the biggest game for them over the past 2 decades.
Yeah.
And a 6-0 loss in front of your fans is embarrassing. This team's better than that. This can't happen. If they lose this series, there has to be a change. There has to be a change with leadership there. And it's not about pointing fingers. These are facts, guys.
Yep.
These are facts. It's unacceptable. It's the definition of mediocrity in this sport.
No, there's the slap shot. Very nice.
However, it didn't sound like a slap shot in an NHL game, more like the Afton range.
Yeah, I think that was
No
an
one there.
Afton. Like
Yeah.
2 in
Midnight
the
on a-
afternoon, some kid out there just getting worked.
Yeah.
Does they call that stick and puck, Doug?
Last one to leave, first one to get
Did you
there.
go out with your recorder yesterday and find some kids?
Did some Foley work.
Mitch Marner catching some heat, Doug, for the spinorama blind pass that led to a goal. And Austin Matthews' sweater was tossed onto the ice in the game.
gosh.
They're losing it in Toronto.
What bothered me the most was that the fans gave up on him.
Well, could you imagine throwing a $180 hockey license sweater on the ice and then leaving in the second period?
They were
Yes.
booed in the second period.
Yeah. But it's a Wednesday night in the playoffs. Your team's got a huge game. And after 2 periods, you say, that's it, I'm going home. Where are you going home to? What else is going on Wednesday night? You're not going to be there for your team?
Blue Jays playing?
That's horrible.
Yeah, Blue Jays had a game.
That's terrible. I mean, the performance was awful, but just as Berube said afterwards, that's sports. You never really know what you're going to get.
Matthews said, I don't think we gave him much reason to stick around.
No, well, I just think that you got to stick with your team. We've seen dramatic comebacks time and time again in every sport there is. And why are you going to give up in the biggest moment of the season? It makes no sense to me.
The Oil is advancing, though, with a 1-0 win in overtime. Alex Pietrangelo, of course, per Jackson, the former Edmonton Oiler, watched his former team advance as VGK, which had a battle, even though they were able to advance. They would advance in 5 or 6 against Minnesota. Some of those games went to overtime. They were not able to navigate overtime against Edmonton, and they are done. So Edmonton awaits the winner of Dallas and Winnipeg. So no matter what, Canada will have at least one team in the conference final. There is a chance that they will have 3. However, both the Leafs and Jets are on life support. Connor McDavid and the boys going back-to-back. First time Edmonton's gone back-to-back conference finals since the tail end of the glory days for the Oil in the early 90s.
Okay. Well, if it should be a Panthers-Jets Stanley Cup, would that be a matchup of the best weather in the league against the worst?
Wow.
That's what I'm concerned
Well,
about.
you're all over the map on this continental
yeah.
off talk, and I like it.
I was like,
I think it
in
would
the
be.
Cup final, just for the weather
Now, how many
narrative.
South Floridians would make the trip to Winnipeg to experience?
I guess maybe the Ducks against the Jets might be the best weather against the worst.
I think
better.
I'd agree. Yeah, I think the weather in Anaheim year round.
Right.
Yeah,
I'll
they don't
take
get
that over
hurricanes
South
there.
Florida.
Yeah.
You get earthquakes, though.
What's that, Jackson?
You get earthquakes up there.
Yeah.
It's great.
Does that count as weather, though?
There was one day an earthquake when I was there a couple weeks ago.
Earthquakes scare me.
How about hurricanes?
Bold take.
Hurricanes would scare me as a homeowner, but I know I can escape. Like, you get warning. Earthquake and tornadoes, it's go time, baby.
Well, but usually nothing happens.
Yeah.
Usually it shakes. Have you ever felt one in St. Louis? Maybe we haven't had a bad one in a while.
I remember in 2008,
Yeah.
and I thought it was my Sibian.
It was the middle. It was the middle of the night. 'Cause I remember the dog was barking. Dog knew first.
We had one in the 70s that shook our house so bad we all ran out of the house to stand
Really?
outside. Yeah.
New Madrid Fall Pro?
I must have been.
Just the idea of the earth, like, shifting below you is kind of freaks me out.
Yeah.
A star of Real Housewives of TMA, Sharon and Clayton, says, worth noting that former Blue Kapanen scored the game-winning goal for the Oilers.
Oh, did he?
Kasperi Kapanen,
And
yes.
Mikko
Puck was just
Mikkola.
kind of sitting there.
Mikkola had a goal for the Panthers
Yes, he
last
did.
night, too. Guess we should never make a trade or never lose anyone.
It used to be a thing. A former Blue would always win the cup. You'd have to watch Dougie Waite hoist Lord Stanley. There's prongs with Lord Stanley. Even Corey Stillman left, started winning cups. And that got really old.
Petro never played for Edmonton. What are you guys talking about? It's from the 314.
That's my bad.
That's a callback to a previous mistake that we're now calling
to
attention
a previous
to.
show. That was on Balloon Party, and probably a couple of years ago. And I was pretty confident that Pietrangelo played for VGK, but Tim did something. He threw me off the scent. He was like, and it was like, I was like, oh,
That's what you got to do, Doug. If you've got 10 high,
Sure,
and
what
you
do
got
you
to
do?
take down the pot, you can't just check down. The only way you're going to win the pot is if you bluff on the river. It's the only way you can do it.
Oh, I think
yeah,
so.
he was licking his Oreos over there, and I said, I was like, okay, he plays for Edmonton, final answer, and I was obviously wrong. And then we told Jamie, and he wasn't too pleased.
Is that
Then you let him know though, that you found Lindy Ruff and Scott Arneal really attractive.
Yeah, that was my shield. I was like, don't hurt me, Jamie. Lindy Ruff.
Was that the day you upset him so much he came in from home to have it face-to-face with you?
Sometimes he would walk down the hall with a purpose, and that always scared me.
Hey, Sharon, that was Kapanen's first goal in 35 games. It's from the 618.
I also didn't like P.K. Subban saying the definition of insanity is doing the same. That's not the definition.
I'm so with you there,
It's
Doug.
the worst cliche in the world.
It's awful. It's so dumb.
It is in no way the definition of insanity.
Scientists all the time have to do something over and over again to make sure it's true.
Right.
It's nonsense.
And yet you hear it all the time.
I know. I'm with you.
It's
Hold them accountable.
It's just the worst cliche there is. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. That is not, by any means, the definition of insanity.
No. I think the definition of insanity is being mentally deranged.
Yeah, mentally ill, irrational, something like that.
Unsoundness of mind. Or lack of the ability to understand that prevents someone from having the mental capacity.
Greenberg giving us a definition?
Well, we just happen to have it right here. We didn't script this at the meeting beforehand. Listen up, Golick. Unsoundness of mind or lack of the ability to understand that prevents someone from having the mental capacity required by law
There you go.
to enter into a particular relationship.
The Stiefel dossier, has just been Doug just walked in the room and just threw the table over. So Jackson's
cluster
rattled.
bomb hit.
But now I have to say, I need to hear this Bleacher Report conversation with friend of the program, Patty Maroon.
Or where are you, Tim? Are you in 7?
I'm just calling for sound now that we're talking hockey.
Okay.
What do we got here from Patty Maroon?
So Bleacher Report did like a Instagram Reel, TikTok kind of thing where they just pulled Big Rig aside and asked him a couple of questions about, his career, some fun stuff. I don't know. I thought anytime we can get some Big Rig sound, I say we do it. So here you go.
What's the best chirp you've ever received on the ice?
Matthew Tkachuk, he said, when I retire, I'm going to be his pool guy.
What's your first Stanley Cup memory?
94, 95, when the Devils won the Stanley Cup, my mom took me to the Cup parade. We met Scotty Niedermayer in the elevator, so we got an autograph there.
From your experience, what city had the craziest fans during the playoffs?
Ooh, Toronto?
Ice or roller?
If roller had a lot of money in it, I would play roller, but ice.
Is there something about Connor Bedard that an average fan might not know?
Big NBA fan, knows everything about the NBA, and he knows a lot of stats, so one thing probably a lot of people don't know.
What are the noises in the background?
Now you're scolding him for the noises.
That's
But
the
was someone
sounder.
playing? What did you say? Someone was playing during that? Was that a pickleball game or something?
Huh?
I kept hearing that between all of his answers.
That was to separate the questions.
Oh, you put that in there?
No, sir. Bleacher
They
Report.
put that in there.
Yeah.
I thought he was standing outside a pickleball court or something.
Okay. No.
So Doug's
Don't look at me and put your finger in your mouth again.
Cut that off.
That's not what you said last night.
Oh, I'm going to have to excuse myself. I'll be right back.
Doug is a food Nazi and an audio Nazi.
Someone put something in his cream of wheat this morning. He's hot. He's hot to try.
You did a little bump. Jackson just wanted that audio because Connor Bedard's a big NBA fan. Let's be honest, that was more grooming.
Hey, listen, if number 98 can do it, why not me? I say.
What kind of number?
Yeah, that was kind of a surprise to hear.
And Hawks fans, focus on hockey, Bedard. Joe Laporta texting in. His son plays for the Detroit Lions. You guys made my day. Friend of the show. First time in 60 years. Heard my name on the radio. Shout out to Jackson.
Wow.
For knowing that we're from Highland, Illinois.
Absolutely.
Papers.
Absolutely.
And this is the dad of an NFL football player, prominent. He said, plus, all 4 of my kids played basketball. I was not a good fan, constantly yelling, call it both ways.
Nice.
the best.
Come on, Dad. Calm down.
Oh, it's the
Call
best.
it both ways.
He's pitching a tent down there. 3 seconds, ref.
You're missing a good game.
Yeah.
Thanks. You guys are the best.
Shout out to him. Well, the Lions, they might as well be the St. Louis Lions. You got Laporta, Jameson Williams, my boy Jack Fox, here above me, Ledoux.
Hunter.
Yeah.
Was he a year ahead of you?
Fox is like the best punter in the league, isn't he? Wasn't he
Better
first
believe
team
it.
All-Pro?
Yeah.
Belichick said he's one of the best weapons in football.
Yeah, he is a field position specialist.
How fun would it be to have your son become a professional athlete?
Pretty awesome.
Take time off and go to all the games.
Well, you'd have to ask him if you're allowed to go to the games.
Different. Pro sports is way
So
different.
it's fine that Sam's father, loyal listener, is going to his son's Lions game.
Absolutely, adrenaline sport
Adrenaline.
and pro.
Now, what if he was playing golf? And let's say he's at Quail Hollow right now, chasing down Ryan Fox and Samantha Fox. Would you want him to be at Quail Hollow?
Yeah, if there's, whatever. How many people do you think are there?
Doug, how many people are at Quail
I don't have
Hollow?
any
10
idea.
to 20,000 probably across the
Scotty Scheffler, Doug,
property.
he's going to have to scramble to get a par here on 11. And boy, that chip, well short for Scheffler, a wizard around the greens with his wedges, but not today so far. Scheffler most likely bogeying 11.
He left himself a lot of work to do there.
What a pairing, though, with McIlroy, Scheffler, and Xander Schauffele, all chasing Ryan Fox. And now we head over to 16, where Fox has himself an opportunity on a par 5, Doc.
Do we have to whisper now because we're playing golf on TV?
I think it's illegal, isn't it, to do play-by-play?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Didn't Francesa just fill some time one day doing a Mets play-by-play when he had the under and started screaming when they gave up runs?
I would be shocked if he didn't have some action on that game.
My favorite is still the guy who said, "Hey, Mike, how about I come down and meet you?"
Jackson will pull that up for
It's
us.
my favorite.
Get involved on the program. Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. You got the YouTube chat, Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL, where Uncle Leonard's still in there talking a hot shot, hit foul, and Big Blonde Dan and Eddie Money, Mount Rushmore of Eddie Money songs. I mean, is Take Me Home Tonight the George Washington, or am I biased because that was kind of my time and he had some songs before then?
Like
Shaking
Two
It with the Money
Tickets to
Man.
Paradise,
There you go.
kind of back in the day. I've got...
I have a longer.
Think I'm in love.
I have a longer version of that Francesa drop.
But
Martin.
first, Gary Kornfeld is sideways with Jackson. He says, "I'm not happy at all. He forgot that Michael Neese with the Detroit Lions is a SLU kid."
Oh.
he forgot.
Oh, yeah, I got that text, too.
Another SLU.
Oh, we were included.
Yes,
both of us.
Coach Kornfeld sideways with Jackson.
Jackson, you're taking heat here in the NFL community.
I've
NFL heat.
I've taken heat before. I'll take heat again. I think I. Hold on. I'm gonna.
What's happening?
I think this is Francesa-esque, too.
I think the Falcons have a receiver from Kirkwood. Michael Pruitt, is it?
Pioneer proud.
I'm pretty sure I played summer basketball with Michael Neese.
Oh. You take his measure?
No, he was a good ball player, but he's
You do a little deep dive.
I'm not. Let me play this Francesa longer drop.
Sure.
Okay, sorry.
Mike, let me tell you, you're a legend. This is a dream come true for me. I did some radio and television work way back in the day. Huge fan of yours, Mike. I was supposed to be there on Sunday to meet you. I didn't make it. I tell you, I'm heartbroken. Going through a divorce. My wife and me always talk about you. I used to watch you, tape you on the Yes Network, Mike. This is great to speak to you. Mike, I want to meet you one day. I want to ask you a big favor. How about I come up to the station on Friday? Could I come up and meet you?
No. Just like that.
And after all of that, a sad story.
That is my patron saint.
Just begging to come by and say hello. He'd been in TV and radio.
Yeah.
And
That guy thought that was like instant credibility and a
Right.
bonding, but all those of us in the industry know you have bad judgment. That's immediately what that
That was
tells
a
us.
hard no. There was no wiggle room there. Where did it go from there, Jackson?
I don't know.
Okay.
If you're the caller, what's like?
Where do you go?
It was pretty cut and dry. He's like, no. Like,
Did he beg more, I wonder?
I don't think there's much to do. Like, you just kind of take the L.
The program's called TMA at Arizona 101 ESPN, and the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is active as the day is long. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Join 240 other friends and talk it over in there, including Aaron in St. Chuck, who says, "How about them Celts? Jackson, you told me not to take the buyout on my bet, and you guided me to financial freedom now. Should I take the buyout? The buyout is now up to approximately 58% of my wager."
Yeah, Friday's games going back to the Mecca. I would probably buy out now just to be safe.
You think it's over for the Celtics?
Yeah, I think that crowd's going to be so fired up, and yeah, the Celtics are still really good. But yes, I would buy out now.
All right, Doug. Guess I'm going to go press eject.
So often it goes just the opposite of how you think it's going to go.
Well, I think that was last night.
Yeah.
Although they were favored 5.5, I think, by tip-off. The Celtics were, so.
Is it possible that they maybe play better as a team without relying on Tatum to do everything?
Now 9-2 without him.
Right,
Wow.
but that's
Chairman
one
Kirk.
playoff game. The playoffs are just a different animal. Like the NBA, the discrepancy between regular season and playoffs is really large. So you never know, but...
We kind of saw that with the Blues when Parayko went out. Suddenly they were a better team. Huh?
Sure.
How's that work?
Yeah, it is weird how sometimes that works. And I wouldn't say it's necessarily a reflection on the player who's hurt.
No.
It's just how team chemistry kind of works sometimes. But it's a good thought, Doug. I like where your head's at.
Jugs in D.C. is adamant that I do not buy out of the bet.
Okay. Hey, listen. I'll ride the green and white.
And Jugs in D.C. has some inside word, Doug. Maybe we should bet the Celtics. Bet more. I'm already in there.
If the Knicks do win this series, they have to win it all. Like, if you can clear out this Celtics team, beat them in that series, you have to go win it all. Because that's just going to be, it's just rare to beat a team that's this good. The Celtics are that good. Even without Tatum, they're still, like you said, Doug, really good.
Well, Rory McIlroy also bogeying number 11, and he goes back to even par. Your leader, Ryan Fox, 3 under, Xander Schauffele, John Rahm, Jason Day, Matthew Fitzpatrick, all trailing by 2 at 1 under par. Doug, there is your look at Quail Hollow, where Ryan Fox is on the verge of winning his first ever major championship.
He's just a few holes into it.
You can win the 5th major, which is the Dotem. It's coming up 2 weeks from today.
The 5th major.
We will be out at Oak Valley Golf Course doing the program from Oak Valley Golf Course.
In Peevely.
That's right. And we will be there on both Thursday and Friday. Friday is sold out. Thursday, some foursomes remain, and you can register at 101ESPN.com. Hang out with TMA and the listeners at Oak Valley Golf Course. It's about $170 per golfer, but that includes breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Breakfast from Donut Drive-In, lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, dinner on Thursdays from Texas Roadhouse, on Friday, Super Smokers, plus all your Michelob Ultra is included. Our charity partner this year is the St. Louis Hero Network in honor of Brian McKenna. Andy Banker, Martin's cohort from the Two Fox, is going to come out and join us on the show on Thursday, as he very close friends with Brian. And Bob Ramsey is going to come out and join us on Friday. He also very close with Brian McKenna. Register at 101ESPN.com. It's also where you can find more information on the Dotem as it makes its glorious return, this time at Oak Valley Golf Course, Thursday, May 29th, Friday, May 30th. Friday's sold out. Thursday, foursomes available, and it's all presented to you by Michelob Ultra. The program's called TMA. The program's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. It's 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals split the doubleheader yesterday, losing the first game, winning the second game 14-7. Off day today, back in action tomorrow as they take on the Kansas City Royals in Kansas City. That'll be a 6:40 first pitch with Andre Palante toeing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
In honor of Eddie Money in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Doug, 1986's Take Me Home Tonight, Ronnie Spector.
All right.
1986 is correct.
Would you consider this a sample, even though she's live on the track? Thoughts, concerns? Because, I mean, it's sampling the Ronettes.
I think it is.
It is a sample.
Like, would you consider the song Stan by Eminem a sample of Thank You?
By Dido.
Yeah.
Doug?
I don't even know what we're talking about at this point.
I agree that it's like a step above, it feels like.
Happen? I think she's going to be with us in the 10 o'clock hour, so you're going to miss it.
Dido?
Dido.
Oh, White Flag is my jam.
Flip that off.
Does sample mean you just took a piece of someone else's song?
Yeah, but usually like you reimagine it in a way and add different. Well, you add different.
We're playing with words now, aren't we?
Well, you add different layers to it. You add some different instruments. Change up the pace.
Borrowed from the Police, right? Every breath you take. He was giving a shout out to Notorious B.I.G., I believe.
Right, correct.
Very emotional. Was that the 97 MTV VMAs, Doug, where they
I don't know how emotional it was.
And Diddy was out there with Faith Evans, and oh my, now the light shines bright on Sting as he emerges and performs that sample live, just like Ronnie Spector did in 1986. Fun time.
Now, was he related to Phil Spector?
I believe so, but that's different than the guy who grew breasts in prison and did cocaine.
Was that what was that guy's name?
It was Phil Spector?
No. Wasn't Phil Spector the producer?
Yes.
Music.
But then there was a guy named Richard Speck. Was it Richard Speck? Who grew breasts and they gave him a bowl of cocaine every day.
In terms of showtime, I think we talked about that. Like if we talk about the show as one continuous loop, like an hour and a half ago, because it came up in the 10 o'clock hour yesterday, I think.
Well, and they gave him play the hits.
They gave him a whole bowl
got a full circle.
Yeah, the guy had a bowl of junk.
Could you live through one bowl of cocaine in a day?
Probably makes you grow breasts.
I guess it depends on your septum.
Huh.
Your thoughts on your septum. Hey, guys, Oak Valley has Fire Wingy Wingy. Get you some, you boy sluts. That's from Caller Buzz, who won the June 2023 TMA Listener of the Month. And that, of course, is where the Dotem is 2 weeks from today. Fire Wingy Wingy? Color me intrigued. Let me tell you something, and I feel obligated to tell the audience about this. I've made it crystal clear. I love the dirty wings at O.B. Clark's and the Hive, Craig Berube's haunt. I love those wingy wingies at Billy G's, drug trashed wings, if you please. And we talked about the Helen Fitzgerald, because Martin was hanging out there last night, not getting the wings, though. Very disappointing.
No, we had wings.
Well, you did?
Yeah, we did have wings.
And Doug, you didn't want to say it, though, because you knew Doug would scold you.
Those are the worst things you could possibly put in your mouth.
Chicken
and you wash them down with crinkle cuts?
Salad.
Chicken tenders.
Try salad every now and then.
But I don't know. I guess it was an event. No, he was in the building. I don't know when it was, but maybe a year ago. The owner of the Fenton Bar and Grill. I had heard great things about the Wingy Wingy. And, of course, I was at Family Golf, and to me, I'm like, okay, I'm pretty close by my definition. Once I leave, like, my 3-block radius I travel. And I'm like, I'm kind of craving Wingy Wingy. Oh, sweet mother of mercy.
Oh, my.
Sweet mother of mercy. Yeah. Fenton Bar and Grill chairman.
Yeah.
Down, and is it the gold sauce, Doug? Is that what it is?
That's
the gold sauce?
Those go down real good after a round over at Riverside.
Oh, is that right?
Did they? I bet.
Oh, I might be hitting that again. I might go to Helen Fitzgerald's and Fenton Bar and Grill today.
I think those got to
fatten up for the slaughter.
Those are on a St. Louis wing Mount Rushmore, no doubt.
Is that right? Mm-hmm. What is the wing Mount Rushmore?
I think the Helen Fitzgerald / Cybergs have got to be on there.
I think that's a nice call.
Fenton Bar and Grill.
I don't know how you leave the dirty wings off. I don't know how you can. I don't know how you can look me in the eye and do it.
You want to finish my other two?
Brother. I find more and more I go to the same restaurants all the time, and they're usually very close to my house. There's hundreds, maybe thousands of really good places to eat in St. Louis, and I kind of like to stay close to home. I like to support the businesses right around my house. I like going there and knowing some people when I go. Does that make me too provincial?
Hey, you know what I say? We're not going to kink shame on this show.
Okay.
So if that's your kink, I support it.
It's not a kink, really.
Kink. Doug likes to go to neighborhood restaurants. That's his kink.
Better hide that.
That's hot. Fenton Bar is one of the best wings you're going to find in St. Louis. Oh, people always talk about mulligans. I haven't had mulligans. I have to say that. Top shooters, but don't tell anyone. That was texted into the show. I haven't had top shooters and I haven't had mulligans, so I need that on the official record if we're going to do the Mount Rushmore. But I just happened to have that on Monday night, and my son, one of my sons was with me. And I'm like, oh, my God, we got to get back. Yeah. And the fries don't play either.
No, I wouldn't think they would.
So do with that information what you want.
Okay.
Doug, I did a text audit. One of the questions, they wanted a Vaughn index for the Cardinals making the playoffs.
Wow.
Do you have one?
Well, the index doesn't really work that way. It works mostly in where they stand right now. Okay. This is not a crystal ball type of thing. It's done with metrics
the Vaughn
and scientific
index for the Cardinals?
And mathematics. Well, in baseball, you want the lowest index you can have. And right now, let's see, they split yesterday, right?
Won the series.
Let's see.
It was their 8th series win.
They scored 212 runs now, so that would put their Vaughn index right at a 1. So 1.
1. And they're 1 game back.
That's correct. The Cubs lost yesterday.
Did it work that way again? I'll be darned. Yeah.
Well, that just shows that the numbers are so accurate. Doesn't Doug live in Crestwood, so what options does that even leave him for restaurants? That's from Yasil the Boy Puig.
I live in Sunset Hills, which is really close to Crestwood. There's all kinds of restaurants right around there.
What's that? Coco's over there next to Casey on Watson?
I'm not saying I stay just in Sunset Hills, but Sunset Hills, Kirkwood, Webster, right around that. I rarely go to the city or West County, far West County. I just don't. I probably should, but I don't.
Okay. Crestwood Mall, go to that Sbarro.
Not there anymore. Not there anymore.
It's not?
Mm-mm.
So when you get home from Channel 4 late at night?
I used to go to Crestwood Mall all the time, about 11:30 at night.
Just to
it was
see
closed, but I just walk around and peer into the class.
Tim, you have to play Ann Breyer and then go to Top Shooters. That's from Mr. Siders. I'd love to spend an 18 with Mr. Siders. Jackson got a chance to do it. He apparently is a wonderful ball striker. He vanquished you, didn't he? 3-2? Is it 3-2, 4-3?
I can't remember the math, but yeah, he took care of me. He beat me.
Was your dad there?
No, Jeffrey B wasn't there.
Too much pressure.
Not in the Fan Page Club Championship. But.
Okay. Getting a lot of texts for B Halls. 3 Kings is a nice play. B Halls. Anybody ever have B Halls? Chairman, boy, you're the expert on this.
Yeah, I think that's out O'Fallon way, maybe.
O'Fallon, Missouri, or O'Fallon, Illinois?
Missouri.
Okay.
Yep.
But if you live out there, it's one thing. You want me to drive 40 minutes to go get wings?
What else do you have to do?
That's fair.
Yeah, that hurt.
That's fair. That could be a slogan for a restaurant. Come on and see us. What else do you have to do?
Doug frequents Mellow Mushroom but gets a plain pizza crust with no sauce, cheese, or toppings with a side of tap water. That's from Big Tough.
Not bad. I've been to Mellow Mushroom many times.
They got pretty good
many
chicken
times,
wings there.
half a dozen times.
They got pretty good chicken wings there.
I don't get wings. I don't get the wings. I get the pizza.
Get some little bocce ball out back.
Doug, they're opening a Katie's in Crestwood.
I know they are. I'm anxiously awaiting it. Cyberg's is also opening up a Mexican restaurant in that Crestwood Mall area.
Oh, is that right?
It's supposed to be done sometime this summer, I think.
What, do they like turn it into a little downtown type of thing? Where Crestwood used to be?
No, I was kind of hoping they would, but it's just one Super Deerberg's and a couple of other stores around there. There's a bread company and a Andy's custard place going in.
I'm telling you, whatever's going on at B Halls, either they've just got a lot of people texting in with burners or they must have the best wings going because we're getting a lot of B Halls texts. And Top Shooters, for that matter. God, I guess I gotta play Ann Breyer with Mr. Siders, and then we'll go to Top Shooters. Get to know each other. That's what we're going to do, Doug.
B Hall's Family Grill.
I guess we got to get over there. All right. I'll do a wing tour of St. Louis.
Oh, will you?
No, I'll be happy
Well, it's all about the sauce, though, right? The wings proper are pretty much the same.
I have to say this. I've noticed this. Certainly, I'm not going to name a restaurant or take a shot, but there are certain places, I think the caliber of the chicken wing is better than the other.
Yeah.
I've noticed that.
A little plumper, a little juicier.
Oh, Uncle Leo's, by the way. That's because they got the Fungo wing sauce. Fungo, of course, one of the greatest referees in the history of St. Louis grade school basketball.
We've seen photographic evidence that he doesn't always watch the games that he's officiating.
I like the smoked wings from Salt and Smoke. You got a good sauce on them.
Tommy Schmidt doesn't mess around, brother.
A good sauce.
Three Kings wings aren't good. That's some nilly-willy. I'm going to disagree. I really enjoy Three Kings wings. You can send your wings in. Apparently, B. Halls has a force of support here.
This is when Frank would say, "Boy, I wouldn't mind sampling a few of those. We're here till 10.
Bring them in. Yeah, we'll sample them.
And you just kind of awkwardly say, we're available until 10. Let's see if they come by.
314-399-9646. That's how you can get involved in the program. Air Comfort Service, text inbox. And you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And, of course, you can call in Collier and Thompson phone lines. So the problem is we get going, and Lisa really wanted to get on the air, Sherman. She was on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. And Pestis from Festus, Doug, he has really been trying to get on.
Okay, well, let him on.
Well, no, this was earlier in the program. I don't know if Lisa bolted like the wind, but she was texting and put me on the air, so she must have really had a take.
Call back in, Lisa. I got my eyes on the phone.
All right, there you go.
Phone lines are always a delight.
The phone lines.
Doug, is that what you've always said?
Yeah, we learned from Pele Blanco yesterday. How
That was
great the
rough. Entertaining is all get at.
Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the Dotem and the YouTube chat. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Beautiful weather in the St. Louis area today, so if you're going to be outside and enjoying the festivities, you're going to enjoy warm weather. 70 degrees right now, 76 degrees right now. It's going to warm up. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy it with a Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. It's called The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Well, when you're looking for chicken wings, a lot of choices out there. When you're looking for a car, just go to the website autoloanpro.com. Go online, not only find the cars that are available to you, they're going to work with 50 different lenders. Doesn't matter what your situation is. You had a little hiccup along the way, they'll find a car for you, little or no money down. Anyone could sell you a car. It takes a pro to do it right. It's a large purchase, financing. It's hard to understand how the whole world works with credit. You can find that out as well at autoloanpro.com. They've got a playbook that you can download. Learn about the credit industry, how to improve it next time around. Buy a different car. The Auto Loan Pro wants to help you get into that vehicle. Simply go to the website. You'll see Robert Thomas, friend of the show, on there. Again, 50 different lenders are going to do their best to get you the best rate possible. Anyone can sell you a car. They want to help you learn how this whole industry works. Get the playbook. Check them out at autoloanpro.com. That's part of the Lita family.
Doug, you wanted to hear some Dido in the Fisher
Really
Window
did.
and Door Story 8 o'clock hour? Well, you got it. And this is from 2000. I want to say 2001 to give me 2000 and 2002.
Okay, I would not know
because
years, Tim.
was Stan 2001, 2002? I mean, it had to be in that realm because 8 Mile was at 2003.
Was that
And then
2?
Jason Mott came out to lose yourself in Game 7 of the 2011 World Series. Am I right on that?
I don't remember
8
those
Miles for
things.
sure 02. This album and that song was 03. So I think Thank You is on a different Dido album.
Right.
But this album with White Flag is 03.
Thank You is different than White Flag.
Yes.
Okay. I'll write that down.
Craig Kilborn was obsessed with Dido. The show, The Late Show, The Late Late Show would just have a little countdown. The days till Dido was in studio.
Sharon in Clayton is obsessed with health, and she wants us to know about it. Doug, she says, God forbid a man tries to be a little selective about what he puts down his gullet so he doesn't end up with man boobs and multiple heart surgeries and an endless stack of daily pills just to keep trudging along in his pathetic life in his late 30s. Stop health shaming Doug. It's not his fault the average person's a trash can. That's from Sharon. She's in Clayton, and she's also the star of The Real Housewives.
Well, thank you, Sherry. Share.
Dude, we get it. You work out, guy.
Martin, that was Jeff Avery.
And he doesn't remember what it was referring to. It was not about Savard, we don't think. Dude, we get it. You work out. He doesn't remember. God, I wish he could.
Hey, Tim, I got your 30-second spot. You're so great. I play it on repeat on our nightstand so my wife can get there. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. Yeah, he's one of the sponsors of the Dotem with the Pondoffs Anonymous Recovery Podcast, and I recorded a 30-second spot yesterday for him. And apparently they play it on their nightstand.
Oh, really?
And it helps his wife out.
I can't
My wife was
imagine that's
playing
true.
something yesterday. I said, is that KG? And she goes, I'm watching Pondoff's podcast, and Kurt was on it. How about that?
You co-host that?
No, I was a
guest.
guest recently.
You were the guest.
Yes.
Cam Jansen.
Cam was on it recently.
and then
Eddie's
me.
been on it.
Yeah, I was the most recent.
No, my
May
wife
I-
enjoys the program.
I guess if you've been on the podcast, then there must have been a situation. May I ask? I didn't know that there was a situation.
He asked me to come in, and we just kind of talked about the story of me deciding to go sober and kind of my journey to giving up alcohol.
California sober. Doug
Yeah.
has a problem with that term, as you know.
Yeah.
What's it mean again?
I don't drink alcohol.
Well, that's just sober. Well, what's California sober?
He smokes chronic at picnics.
Thank you, Tim.
Look it up, bud.
But
That's California sober.
yeah, it'll
You
be
smoke chronic on weekends.
weekends, but all weeknights.
No dime bags being thrown out.
But yeah, it'll be 4 years, August 16th, with no alcohol.
Oh, good for you.
Tip of the cap.
Thank you. But yeah, he gave me a little tour of the Illinois Recovery Center. I had never seen
Isn't
it
that
before.
place incredible?
Unbelievable.
It's like a campus.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a campus. It's not like it is.
Yeah, and then hung out and did the podcast. It was a lot of fun. They got some good people over there. They're doing some cool things.
The Tito's is speaking for Sharon this morning. That's from Mr. Siders, implying that she's all worked
Sipping.
up on Tito's.
She's deep into the bottle? I don't
Mr.
think
Siders, who I'm going to play Ann Breyer and go to Top Shooters with him. You want to join us? I guess we got 4.
so. Well, I don't know. The walruses are coming out against anyone who's trying to eat healthy.
Sharon's husband must have a hell of a job to afford her the ability to be wine drunk at 8:25 and texting into a quasi-homosexual sports show. Doug, that's from Dave with the cauliflower
Not to
ear.
mention her hot body that looks hot in a bikini.
Oh, brother. We
Well,
got half this
Sharon
country.
Clayton has voiced her opinion on this program's listeners being trash cans. And as you can imagine, they didn't take kindly to
No,
it.
the walruses aren't happy.
Trash cans, call in. 969 trash.
Half this country is morbidly obese, and they have a problem with people who aren't.
Is that a new report?
And might actually pay attention to what they're eating.
On Wheeler, not this year's. So what we have right now is no report yet on Wheeler, so nothing new. That's not a new report on Wheeler.
It is not, you know.
He used to just repeat the words. Is this the Wheeler report? Is this the new Wheeler? It's not that. That's a Wheeler report. Okay, it's a different Wheeler report.
I just wanted to ask you, is that a new report on Wheeler, or is that last year's report?
We already answered that one, okay? It's last year's report on Wheeler. I said it 10 times, so no one got in any way mistook that it was this year's.
He loves the callers in that program. It's just a bunch of wise guys in New York and Jersey.
And he doesn't get it about half the time.
They just want to mess with him. But the guy that wanted to come down there and meet him, I think, was serious.
Oh, I know. He gave him a
sob.
Poor guy. Yeah, there's no hesitation either.
Oh, congrats, Chairman. That's not an easy thing to do by any means, and I may be under the influence of some Mucinex from last night, but that's it so far. Doug, that's your star from Real Housewives of TMA, Sharon and Clayton.
Oh, okay.
So she is rejecting the notion that she's wine drunk at 8:25.
Any time in your life have you been drunk at 8:25 in the morning?
Yeah, but from the night before.
Still drunk from the night before?
No.
Maybe one of those awful 11 a.m. kickoffs.
Bingo.
There you go.
Start drinking at 7.
Really?
Yeah, bad news bears.
And I used to love the going on a trip drink. So if you're at the airport early and the bar's open, I've had a couple early morning cocktails at the
airport is like purgatory for people, where you can just act. The time is doesn't matter,
and money is no object at the airport.
It's like I'll have a cheeseburger and a beer at 8:12.
Oh. You might see DMX there giving a sermon.
It's true. It's pinch yourself kind of stuff.
Speaking of the 11 a.m. kickoffs, I want to express my full support for this, Martin. I know you might have to withdraw from the conversation. Even as Ohio State fans were already bracing for it, the official announcement that the Buckeyes season opener against Texas will be broadcast by Fox at 12 p.m. Eastern still stung. So much so that one former Ohio State star said he is considering organizing a protest against the noon kick. On the latest episode of their Believe in Buckeyes podcast, ex-OSU players Chimdi
Go slow.
and Brian Browning expressed their dissatisfaction with Fox's announcement regarding the Texas game and the 12 p.m. kickoff. And Chekwa, in particular, took issue with the news, noting the difference in the atmosphere between a noon Eastern game and a night game at Ohio Stadium. Quote, Texas, Ohio State, that's just historically a primetime level matchup, and it's almost robbing us of that experience, and it's a home game, the former All-American cornerback said. I don't go to a ton of games. This is a game that I will go to and maybe let my son and my family experience a night game at Ohio State. Big-time matchup versus Texas, and we might not get it. I'm close to organizing a protest here. He has my full support.
Oh, brother.
He has my full support. Those 11 a.m. kickoffs, noon Eastern, suck.
ABC that day will have Tennessee at Syracuse, and then Alabama at Florida State, and then LSU at Clemson. So ABC's got a pretty good lineup for that opening weekend.
You carrying Channel 30's water.
Yeah,
Jeez,
it's interesting.
thanks.
It goes back to, was that Joby Smith?
I see Missouri State gets to open on the road at USC. That'll
fight
be fun.
on.
That'll be fun for them.
Maybe they spring the upset.
I think the ratings are good for the big noon kickoff. Fox was trying to come up with a thing. ESPN's got the game day market corner, but they've had a little momentum with their show. That's why they tried to steal Reese Davis. But I think for the viewers, it's probably okay. For the people going to the game, it stinks. It's so early. You want a whole build up to your day.
The Missouri LSU game 2 years ago, we were doing a podcast, and I think we were live on YouTube, Jackson, I think. Either way, I know we got that information while doing the podcast, and I was despondent because it just sucks the atmosphere out of a game. Now, for many of the schools in the SEC, they're in the Eastern time zone, so it isn't as big of a deal, but I mean, here you're talking about Columbus, Ohio, and these former Ohio State players are like, yeah, it's a noon kickoff, and they want to protest. One of the things that came out, because Michigan was dealing with this last year with these 11 o'clock Fox kickoffs, is that the boosters oftentimes are older, and they don't want to be driving back at night. And then that pissed off the players even more. But at the same time, those boosters are the ones that they become millionaires when they're 17. So, you know, you got to kind of take the deal.
Yeah, whoever's paying the freight, they're the ones that are going to get their way.
It is super lame, though. It sucks, you know?
Well, you're used to being drunk at 8:30 in the morning anyway.
What do you care, son?
I never liked it. I never preferred it. 2:30 kick, best kickoff there is in the Central Time Zone, I say. Better than a night game. 2:30 is the way to go.
Get you out of there about 6-ish.
You can start. You can still have like that morning drink, which is fun. But then, no, it is. It's in college. Everything's kind of fun.
Doug, I'm drunk 3 days straight at 8:30 on member guest weekend. That's from Morrison Woods Wacko.
Well, don't be.
Work, bitch.
Have some apple juice someday. It's good for your blood pressure.
Or an Arnold Palmer.
Yeah, that's not as good with all that lemonade sugar.
Oh, okay.
Unchecked old men are the worst. That's from Buzz.
Unchecked old men.
They kind of run the world, so.
And have forever.
Yeah.
I just like the fact they want to get home early. Like, hey, can we just move those games for me?
Big Noon Kickoff is a meme designed to manually service self-important Big Ten fans. That's from Kevin's brother, Jack. His last name is Demoff.
Okay. Well, I guess a late night, you would think if you're wealthy enough to be a donor and throw money around, you probably got it figured out that you're going to get a hotel room that night and just stay there.
No Four Seasons in Columbus.
It's true.
Oh, I bet Columbus has several really nice hotels. Columbus is a big town, as you know.
Capital of Ohio.
How about that, Doug?
Home of the Blue Jackets. It's actually a nice town. It's got a nice downtown. Columbus.
What was this? Is it the German Village, they call it? Bigger city than you think. I had to drive to Canton one year. Go right past Columbus. Huge.
How's Canton? Better or worse than Cooperstown? As a town itself.
Cooperstown is beautiful.
Yeah, that's right on the Finger Lakes.
Yeah, I would say I've been to both, too.
Canton doesn't offer a lot.
Yeah.
I called Dan Dierdorf one year because we were looking to do a piece with him because Pace was going in. I thought the tackle... And he said, I'm nowhere near Canton. And I said, well, it's the Hall of Fame week. He said, I understand that. And I said, I'm in downtown beautiful Canton. He said, okay, now I know you're lying. He said, nobody's ever said that about downtown Canton. It's not the best.
Well, there's not much to Cooperstown either. It's just a quaint little town.
It's charming.
Yeah, there's a charm. And you're around the Finger Lakes.
Have you been there? You been to Cooperstown?
Yeah, I went in, it would have been the summer of 2012, meaning they had a huge exhibit of David Freese stuff from the 11 World Series, which was awesome, including his shredded jersey from Nick Punto.
Oh,
which was really cool. Yeah.
Did you go for a tournament? Kids?
No. Family up in New York, and then I think we took a little side trip up to...
It's hard to get to.
Yeah.
I think it's like a 2-lane highway from Oneonta or Albany or whatever.
It was cool.
Yeah, I think we flew into Albany when we went.
Yeah.
Something to experience once.
The greatest thing is you go there, and then that Monday you leave, you're at the airport, you're like, is that Dave Winfield? Hey, is that Dave? Everybody's famous. You're like, wow, they're all getting on the plane.
I'm drunk right now, Doug. Get over it. That's from Ray
Well, you
King.
shouldn't be. You should not be drunk right now.
I love Mizzou.
Shout at Jackson's dad, not Jeff.
That's
The other
correct.
Jack.
The caller. I love Mizzou, but if I became a millionaire, the football team's NIL would be the last thing on my mind. Am I wrong? Twist my nipple? That's from Mr. Mudjack Mike.
Oh, God, don't tell us what to do. Yeah, I'd have to have really taken care of many generations of Vaughns before I would send my money to a college football team to spread around for players. I would. Maybe it just doesn't mean enough to me.
Yeah, I mean, Charles Barkley actually just talked about that, and it's like when you can give as much in a year, like you give a lot. So, but then when does the faucet always have to run like every year?
You got that sound from Barkley.
Sure
What was he? Was this a podcast or was he on? Was this on?
This was a radio show, Tim, that I pulled this audio from.
Mitch in Seattle.
No.
Oh, Mitch in the morning, Martin.
Not Mitch in Seattle.
Nick and the Badger.
This came from McElroy and Kubiak in the morning. Greg McElroy, Cole Kubiak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's on the Saturday Night SEC.
Guys.
Yeah, both those guys. I'm a big fan of his.
Yeah. And Barkley talked about NIL and his role with Auburn and some of the tough things around it.
I bet Auburn calls him about every 10 minutes. We really think we can get this guy if we can get him another $100,000.
Here's the audio.
You know, this is how crazy our country is. We've actually screwed up college athletics, which used to be the greatest thing in the world.
Yeah.
And we see how bad we are as a society. How do you screw up college sports? And I'm not against the players making money, but I think the model they have now is unsustainable, where you have to come up with tens of millions of dollars every year to pay college players. I'm not in for that. And I've said before, I've given more money to Auburn, legal or illegal, than any athlete in the history of the school. And the notion that I'm going to come up with a couple $1 million every year so we can be good at basketball and football, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Now you have to do it every semester. Like they're leaving at the end of a semester after you already negotiated.
It's crazy. And you get to leave after every year because the school offered you more money. I says, this is unsustainable.
Now, what was that? Tennis ball?
Swish.
Oh, right.
Wow.
Yeah. All right, maybe I'll get a better sound.
Okay, I need a basketball.
I had squeaking floors, but it just sounded like mice.
Gerbils.
Okay.
Gerbils and such.
Yeah, I agree with Barkley on that take. I don't know what they're going to do to fix it, how they're going to fix it. It needs to be fixed.
I have a question.
Doug, you taking questions?
Boy, if it's brief.
I don't know if it's against the rules, but college football teams make massive profits. Why can the university not just pay?
Fund it, yeah.
Like, I don't get why it has to be on the donors to pay when the universities are cleaning up. I'm not saying all, obviously, but like Power 5 conferences make a lot of money.
I think most of that money just runs all the athletic department.
Sure.
So football makes $40 million. That'll help pay for track and
Oh yeah.
No doubt. No, and I know. Yeah, like football and basketball fund.
I think that's where that big chunk of money's
for
going.
sure. But
you got coaches making millions.
You're telling me that like Alabama football doesn't have $20 million of profit that unused that they can.
You would certainly think they would.
Like I don't get why they get off scot free.
Okay, I understand your question, but that profit is then used to fund the sports that
100%
are not revenue generating.
100%. I just think
so
there might
as
be
an athletic department. That's what's going on.
Sure, and
if the other sports were to go away, then
yeah, no doubt. I don't know. Like, I don't think they're coming away net like square. Like, I think I would think that there would be extra money there.
Well, as public universities, that information is out there.
Oh, I'm gonna go hunt it down.
I did ask
I felt like I was getting passively aggressive crowdsourced, and I'm really against that.
No, I wasn't trying to. I was just like, I don't get why like the universities, like everyone, no one's like, why aren't you guys paying?
Yeah, they're just rolling in money. Big schools are rolling in money. Small schools are hurting.
Yeah, right. I mean, some you see with like the possibility of profit sharing, some smaller D1 universities are like, we'll go D3. You know,
But there has to be, and I talked to Laird Veach a little about it. They were in town a couple weeks ago. Just that donor fatigue, where you say, "Hey,
when does it end?"
Where you say, "Hey, we're renovating the stadium." Okay, fine. Hey, the wrestling needs a new facility. Okay, fine. Hey, track and field needs a little in their budget. Hey, and eventually your donors are also saying, I wouldn't mind helping the engineering department get that new building. I wouldn't mind the journalism school, if it still exists, get a little upgrade. Oh, no, I need your money over here. I mean, there's only so much you can do. And the Michigan, Mizzous of the world, how many alumni do they have versus Gonzaga?
Yeah, sure.
To call upon and say, write a check.
But tuition seems to go up every year. Books and supplies skyrocket every year. The cost of going to college increases more every single year to where it's now a lot of kids are saddled with college debt for the next 20 years when they get out. Many more can't go at all. And yet they're just raking in money, sitting on endowments, some of these schools in the billions of dollars, and still cry poor mouth that they need more help. It's a scam, a lot of it.
Hey, Virgin, #1 rule in business, don't use your own money when you can use somebody else's. Boy, you have a long way to go. That's from the Warrison Woods Wacko.
Okay, until our infrastructure crumbles because of exactly what Doug just said. So greed is good, I guess.
Gordon Gecko, what do you think, 87?
The years slipped me.
And Bud Fox, Daryl Hannah.
Would it not be possible to set a reasonable limit on how much you can pay a player? Where it would be something, but not so much that it's ridiculous. And
you're
getting
salary cap for all of Power 5.
Yeah.
Yes.
For everybody.
That's what Gabe, a few months ago, talked about exactly that, like a salary cap for Power 5 schools.
You're welcome to give your thoughts. Preach, Doug. That's from the 618. 314-399-9646 on the Stiefel dossier. Alec Burleson joining us coming up at 9 o'clock on the program. And we welcome you to email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, you know about that Seth Goldcamp? I think you do. Yes, you do.
Love the fact that Seth is a loyal sponsor. Love the fact the listeners turn to Design Air when they have heating and cooling issues year-round. You know it, DesignAirService.com, the website to go to. And this time of year, set up an appointment, get that air conditioning unit tuned up. It's probably running full tilt right now. It's going to be warm this weekend, and it's going to be warm for a long time, all summer long. All your issues can be solved with one spot, designerservice.com. They've been around since the early 1900s, right after Doug started or right before. It kind of
Right
overlapped.
about the same time, yeah.
Kind of overlap, we like to say. It's a family-owned business. Seth is fourth generation. Appreciate all the loyal supporters listening to us and then supporting them. Designerservice.com. Those technicians will get in, get things fixed quick and without doing any upselling. That's an added stress you don't need. They don't do that. Designerservice.com.
Welcome to participate in the program. Michelob Ultra, YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. You can call in Collier and Thompson phone lines. And, of course, you're welcome to text in anytime you would like. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text line. Alec Burleson at 9 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, 1045. The program is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Doug, you remember this all over MySpace profiles in 2006?
I don't recall that, no.
This is the walk-up song for old number 41, Alec Burleson.
Who's going to join us at 9 o'clock on the Stiefel Dossier. That's the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. We are currently in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour here on the Morning After, and we are welcoming you to participate in the program anytime you would like. Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. It is active as the day is long. And Snagglepuss, is that a Yogi Bear character? I feel good about that. I'm going to bet a tenth of the bankroll.
Snagglepuss was on the Yogi Bear show?
Snagglepuss, I mean, what's that company? Hanna-Barbera?
Hanna-Barbera.
Yeah.
Snagglepuss wants to know, how do I find that recovery podcast? Please, that's Pondoff's Anonymous Recovery Podcast. So wherever you podcast, type that in. You'll see Pondoff's Anonymous Recovery Podcast, where Chairman Kurt is a guest this week. Who knew? Iggy's been a guest. Cam Jansen's been a guest. God bless.
Snagglepuss comes from Quick Draw McGraw.
Oh, yeah. I remember him.
Is that in the Yogi Bear family?
No, but
I just want a tenth of my bankroll.
It would be like the next cartoon.
It looks like a similar cartoonist probably did the work.
Well, I think it's all the same company.
Where your head's at.
Yeah.
I know where your head's at.
Quick Draw McDraw was like a sheriff.
Yeah, it's all Hanna-Barbera.
I think it was a horse. So that's interesting. Cartoons from 65 years ago.
You got to let it breathe.
Okay.
Doug, Albert Einstein is the one who said the definition of insanity is
No, he's not. There's arguments that it was him or Ben Franklin, but neither was ever quoted as having said that. It was something in a book from years ago.
1981, Narcotics Anonymous used the term definition of insanity. But I guess there's a
you hear it all the time. You hear it all the time.
It was Albert Einstein.
It's false. It just isn't true at all.
I'm with you, Doug.
Jackson, are you taking questions?
Always.
Why did you play the Alec Burleson song there?
Great question.
Even though
that is a nice question.
Even though he's going to be on with us in 10 minutes, wouldn't you play it welcoming?
Nice question.
This is an outstanding question, Martin, and I really like where your head's at. But
was it just a mistake?
I always, anytime we have a Redbird on, I want to play the Youngry for them, the Youngry Bird song for
Youngry
them
Birds.
to see what they think of the tune. Okay. So, yeah, good question, but I like playing Youngry Birds for the.
All right, so we're going to hear Burleson's reaction to that. And he got the pre-TMA appearance bump last night, Martin?
Yeah, 4 RBIs.
Right, the excitement of coming on the program fueled him.
14-7. They put a 9 on Aaron Nola. He gave up 12 hits.
Would that be the 13-run pool?
No, you got to finish with 13.
Okay, so I was wondering, does that have to be exactly 13?
I think so.
Did you see the definition of that yesterday? That you draw random team names out, and then you have a team, and you're throwing money into the pool. It builds up over time, but when your team hits 13, you win the pot.
Got it. Makes sense.
So you got to put money in every day? Get a different team every day?
Throw a little something in there.
Huh.
Not a bad idea.
By the way, Nola's 1-7. Records don't matter, but they tend to indicate, I think, Doug, if somebody's having a good year.
Yeah, they matter a little bit. ERA over 6.
Yeah.
The definition of insanity is listening to this show every day and expecting it to be good. Doug, that's from the old Appleton stepdad. And he's been enjoying the program for years, and you know how he does it? With a Country Time lemonade out in the front porch in old Appleton.
I don't like where his head's at.
I mean, if it's tough, it's fair.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Pretty good definition.
Yeah, that's not too bad, I guess. I just don't like where his head's at.
Jackson also dropped action from his name, and I noticed that yesterday after left the program. I heard another update, and it just, I miss it.
I'm just trying to slight rebrand. You know, the Weeknd is thinking about changing his stage name, so I figured I'd follow suit. He hasn't decided yet. He's on tour. I saw an interview yesterday. He said he's going to change his name. Wow. Abel Tesfaye is his real name, so maybe Abel. That's kind of a cool stage name, just Abel.
So are you going to come back with something new then? Or are we just kind of in the cooling off period?
I think I just might. Yeah, I just might be Jackson going forward.
Okay.
But you can call me whatever. I don't care.
Bob Thomas liked when you would say Action Jackson.
Yeah, I was kind of getting razzed by some of the ice hockey players and not really into that.
What other people other than 18?
Walter. I think Walter had an opinion.
Came after you?
Yeah, I think Walter had an opinion on it. I'm sure Holiday has an opinion, but he's keeping it to himself and his homeboys.
His homeboys.
You think his homeboys sit around and talk about this?
Yeah, him and Ricky Fowler.
Him and Fowler. We got a text, Martin, from the owner of B Halls. but I have lost the text. I don't know.
I'm kind of the text auditor. Let me see what I can do here.
Let me see if I can find it. Saying he's the owner of B Halls. They were listening to the show when we were talking about best wings in St. Louis, and now he wants to bring in wings for us. Martin, that was your game.
It was my fake Frank pretending to ask, but really kind of hoping it would work out for us.
That's right. Well, it did.
All right. Security's pretty tight, though.
Yeah, that's what he said. He wanted to know if he could get in. So B Hall's Wings wants to come by, Doug.
Wow. That's good.
Yeah.
It is good.
But I lost the text. Chairman, can you scour? I felt like it was a 560 area code, but it was like, hey, it's Tom from B Halls, but he sent it in like 15 minutes ago, and it's buried in there now.
I don't have access to the text inbox.
You don't have access to the text inbox?
No.
What?
Well, it's not like the nuclear codes. I can get you hooked up.
I don't know if you're making fun of us or him.
No, but I just, I'll find it. I'll do it. I'm going to do the old search function.
I can't believe you don't have access to the text inbox.
I feel like I'm missing out at times, but that's okay.
Why didn't you say something?
I got you, Tim. I'll send you the number.
I don't have to.
Oh, wow. It doesn't sound like you're going to get it either.
No, I'll sign you in. Again, it's.
But you have two things. He needs the number over there. This guy needs access to the text line.
They don't make Adderall to multitask, so I'm just doing the best I can here.
Okay.
And what's
Tom? The owner's name's Brian. That's from the Southside Siemens season ticket holder.
This text says Tom.
Maybe this is a fake owner.
Tommy Miller. He's the B Hall's owner.
Well, who's B Hall?
That's the name of the restaurante.
I know, but who? Named after who or
Brad
what?
Hall?
Brad Hall, who is Richard Dreyfuss's husband. Am I right?
Julia Lee. Richard Dreyfuss. No, I think Julia Lee Dreyfuss's husband, yes, is Brad Hall. His son who played basketball at Northwestern.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
See, it all comes back to that.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember her in the crowd when Northwestern was good.
Mm-hmm. So they named it after Julia Louis Dreyfuss's
Really?
husband.
Why?
It's about time someone did,
If it was Joe B. Hall, I would understand that. The great Kentucky coach.
Who was Tom T. Hall?
He was a country singer.
Kind of on Hee Haw, maybe?
He might appear on Hee Haw from time to time.
With Minnie Pearl?
Yeah, and Junior Samples. Call me at BR549.
It's long overdue, Jackson. Action was so lame. That's Eric in the Central West End.
I might just go back to it. How you like that? How you like that?
Mm-hmm. Alec Burleson joining us coming up here in a matter of moments as the Cardinals are coming, tra-la, tra-la, and so is Min Woo Lee with an eagle on 15, and he's now one off the lead. And Doug, if you watch the spread zone, that's the play I released at plus 9,000 to win the 2025 PGA Championship. Min Woo shaking that ass, shaking that ass, shaking that ass. Min Woo Lee, one back of Keegan Bradley, Matthew Fitzpatrick, Luke Donald, Ryan Fox. Those are your leaders at 3 under par. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Aesthetic Design and Build is the company to talk to if you want to customize your outdoor living space. That's right. It's Aesthetic Design and Build. They have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley. I have checked it out. I have met Dan. I've met his team. They've been to my house. Really think the world of the work that they do, and I know you're going to be happy with them as well. If you are looking at all the different types of custom work that they're capable of doing, you can do so in that showroom in Chesterfield Valley or by going online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. You can call them at 636-532-5008. If you're ready to take your outdoor space to the next level, Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Their custom deck work is second to none. They can help you with adding on a pergola. My situation wanted to shade our covered patio with distractible screens. They can do it all. They really do customize work for your space. It's aestheticdesignandbuild.com, and let them know I sent you their way.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Timberwolves defeat the Warriors last night, 121-110. That means Minnesota is moving on to the Western Conference Finals behind a 29-point effort by Julius Randle. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Early got the bat to get it done. There's no stopping number 41. Hell's bells coming in stopper style. Lights turn red, B-Fib go wild. Look out now, these baby birds gonna fly.
Doug, we heard it last weekend at Wheelhouse while enjoying bottle service. Hungry Birds.
Yeah.
Number 2.
You were dancing topless, if I remember
I
correctly.
was. Nipple clamps.
Oh.
Alec Burleson's been sitting through the commercial break.
Oh. Dang, this poor
and
guy.
Jackson, who now goes by Jackson's SportsCenter update. We welcome Alec Burleson to the Callier and Thompson phone lines here on the Morning After 101 ESPN. Morning, Alec.
Good morning. Good morning.
And sorry about the commercial break thing.
Guy plays a doubleheader, flight to KC, and now he's got to sit through this.
Much less be on the show, which I'm sure is a delight as well. Did you get a chance to hear that return music? And if so, as a former DJ yourself, what did you think of the song "Hungry Birds"?
Well, I heard my number in there, and I said I wasn't sure if they were talking about me or not. And then. Yeah, it was all right. It was all right. I need to hear it a couple more times to give you a better judgment, but maybe we can say that for another time.
Nice. Yeah.
That was kind of what Victor said, right? Like, yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, I think deep down, Victor did not necessarily.
And then we found out he's a recording artist.
Yeah, so that he really didn't like it.
Well, and Alex is a former DJ, so maybe he's got musical taste, too.
What's on the itinerary for an off day, especially after having your 4th doubleheader?
Yeah, obviously here with you guys, and I have another a couple meetings with some other people, and then I don't know yet. I definitely have to get coffee. That's a priority number 1 any day of the week.
Yeah.
And then maybe find a good local coffee shop here in Kansas City, and then from there it's go with the flow for the day, I guess. Definitely get some food and hang out.
We were Martin loves logistics, and we were wondering if with the off day you get done in Philadelphia, if you guys would maybe hang out in St. Louis or go somewhere else and then catch up with the team in Kansas City. But it sounds like you boys went right to Kansas City, huh?
Yeah, we're here. I know the doubleheader. I know some guys were trying to go home last night just for the off day and then meet us in Kansas City, but I think that messed up their plans. So I think we're all here just enjoying a much-needed off day.
Those split doubleheaders have to be a long, long day at the stadium. You got to be there, 10, 11, 12 hours maybe? Is it real hard to stay focused when that second game rolls around?
Not necessarily. I think, I think it helped some of us knowing we had the off day today. We could have emptied the tank yesterday, and but no, I mean you're always locked in. It's definitely a long day for sure, like you said. I mean we got there at 9 a.m. yesterday and our bus left right before 11. So I mean we're there for 13, 14 hours. So yeah, it can be long, but obviously the win in the second game helped us out with that.
Alec Burleson, our guest here. We have listeners who watch the program and have a YouTube chat going throughout the course of the broadcast. And a gentleman who goes by the name of the player to be named later says Crow's Coffee in Brookside is the best. So if you're in Kansas City, you're looking for a spot, the Crow's Coffee recommendation has officially been submitted, Alec.
All right. Well, I would definitely have to check that out. As long as it's in walking distance, I'll have to check it out.
All right. Alec Burleson's our guest here on TMA. He's participating in the Big League Impact Bats and Barrels event on June 8th. It is a perfect blend of whiskey tasting and giving back. Let our audience know what's going on with that, Alec.
Yeah, it's probably one of my favorite events throughout the year. Not because I'm I really enjoy my bourbon, but no, it's in a good spot. At Adventures Unknown, it's a really good venue, and we all just get together and taste some bourbon, taste some whiskey, and hang out. And there's going to be food, and you'll be able to meet a lot of the guys. I know me and Helsley and I are hosting it, but I mean a lot of guys show up to that one, and it's a lot of fun.
You got to play with Adam Wainwright too, early in your career. What was that relationship like? I mean, he's one of the guys who goes. It seems like he engages with everyone.
Yeah, definitely. He's we just recently saw him in New York. He was doing the broadcast, and he's one of a kind for sure. He as a young guy, and he knew obviously he was at the tail end of his career, and he was super awesome with me and a lot of the young guys. Obviously, we've had a bunch come up here in the last few years, but he super special. He took the time out this opening day to shoot me a text, and that meant a lot too. So just knowing that he cares about us, and he was super grateful for that guy.
I'm sure everybody cares more about the Cardinals now that you guys look like a legitimate contender. Do you notice the vibe of the team has shifted a lot after with the winning streak?
The funny thing is, I don't think it shifted really ever. I think we've been high energy. We've had a lot of fun. This group is fun, and it's been like that even when we were I don't even know what our records were, but obviously before the 9-game win streak or whatever it is. So, it's just a fun group. Like, obviously we're young, but we have experience. We're young with experience, and, starting out the way we started out, not as great as we wanted it to be. I mean, we've been there, so we know what it felt like, and, it was it's just a fun group, man, especially, after yesterday we lost a tough one in the first game, and then to come out and do what we did in the second game, it takes a lot of grit, and that's what this team's built on.
Yeah, a couple observations on that. Number one, we were down there for a week at spring training, and the three of us had that same thought, like, okay, there's some personality and there's some ambition here, because I don't know, you got a few guys who want to try to earn a spot. Number one, you got some guys who have experience at the big leagues but are still unproven. So there's ambition along with what seemed like some real personality. There's that element of it, Alec. And then secondarily, it's a doubleheader. You guys just talked about, how long you're at the ballpark. You're wrapping up the trip in Philadelphia. You're down 5-1. I don't know. I think sometimes maybe people would pack it in a little bit. And instead, you guys, especially with Sonny Gray on the mound, and you guys came right back, and you're going up against Aaron Noel, and you respond. I would imagine that's got to be a nice little kick in the backside when you're able to do that.
Yeah, definitely. I told somebody yesterday, and with the off day today, it could have been easy to, some of those guys. I only played I got a pinch hit in the first one, but the guys that maybe have played both of the games, they could have said, "Oh, just get me to the off day. I'm just gonna, just get to the off day." But nobody did that. They obviously we got, like you said, we got punched in the mouth early, and then, chipped away, took the lead, and then, they tied it back up, but we continued to chip away and add on at the end. So, it was a lot of fun, and, super grateful to kind of be in the middle of it.
Alec, friend of the show, Jim Hayes, a former colleague of ours, the Cat, is kind of on the receiving end now. The water bucket is aimed. It's aimed.
He gets a lot of shrapnel.
It's kind of. I wonder if they're really aiming at the player, or was this really just a vehicle to get Jim? Can you give it a little peek behind the curtain?
Well, yesterday I didn't get the bucket. Fortunately, I think everybody was tired. It was a long day, so he or I did not get wet yesterday. But I think for him, he's I don't know how to say it. He's not very, I guess, light on his feet.
Yeah.
So it takes a while to get out of the way, and I think he's just covering it up with saying they're wanting to we're wanting to get him wet when he just can't get out of the way quick enough.
Oh, okay.
Well, that would make sense.
Really,
That would make sense. He's kind of plotting.
Oh wow, this could divide. This could divide the room after all the winning that's going on.
Yeah.
My favorite Burley nugget is his first career home run happened at Dodger Stadium, which is pretty cool, pretty notable. But you know what else happened that day? Albert Pujols hit his 700th home run in Burleson's. Like, yeah, nobody really noticed it.
Oh, well, that hurts. Yeah.
Yeah. We don't. I don't claim that as my first career homer. I claim my second homer is my first career homer, but which is fine because nobody really remembers my first homer. There was a lot of other stuff going on that day, so yeah, and it was off a position player, so I think that I don't count it. I don't count
Not
it.
counting that. But that had to be pretty amazing to be a young guy on the team and to be there when Albert's in the midst of that chase.
Oh, it was unbelievable. I was up for, the last month of that year and, was fortunate to, see that. And then obviously Bueno and Yachty breaking the battery record too. I was there for that. So I got to, experience a lot of Cardinals baseball within a short amount of time. And, just like you said, being on the bench for that, I remember exactly who I was standing next to, and that was a pretty special moment for sure.
At what point in your development as a kid did you start to think that you had a chance maybe to go a long way in baseball? Or were you always the superstar in Little League?
I don't know. If you ask my mom, I was. It really didn't hit me that I could play professional baseball until after my sophomore year of college. Going up through high school, I knew I could play college baseball. Wasn't sure where or what level, and obviously went to East Carolina. And after my sophomore year of college, I was on the Team USA team around a bunch of really, really, really good baseball players, and I was like, well, if I'm included in this group, then I guess I must be doing something right. So, it didn't hit me until later, and then obviously my second year, my first year, I kind of flew up through the minors and with the Cardinals, and it was one year I was like, oh, this may be a fluke. I mean, I don't know, and then. When I kind of repeated it my second year in AAA, that was when I said, all right, I can at least get a shot at the big league level. It's a completely different game up here, but, I could at least get a shot. So
we were there in spring training. I think they gave him a little buzz, Tim. I noticed the team had a little spark just from our little radio set up there and those appearances.
Response.
One of the questions, though, all spring was, do you get motivated by the critics or pundits expecting very little? Rick Horton had the story in '85. He said, oh, nobody said we'd be any good. And it was kind of a theme. Did you guys pay any attention to the fact there weren't, little or no moves in the offseason? They said we're just going to roll out a bunch of young guys, see how it works, and the pundits didn't expect much. Was that at all a talking point within the room?
I wouldn't say it was a talking point. I think we felt it. I think – obviously, we, may not have been expected to do anything. I think, some individual guys were expected to do some things, but as a team, we weren't expected to do too much. And I think it just kind of let us play a little bit looser, let us play a little bit more free. And, it's allowing people to kind of be themselves on the baseball field. And, it's a lot of fun to, be a part of that. But yeah, it may have been brought up maybe once or twice, but it was never really a talking point, so to say. But it was definitely, I would say, I think it was known around clubhouse.
Alec Burleson is our guest on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you here on TMA 101 ESPN. And you can watch the show at youtube.com/TMASTL. Alec, a part of the Bats and Barrels going on June 8th. And you can check that out. He's going to be with Ryan Helsley and Cardinal teammates Sunday, June 8th from 6 to 8 p.m. at Adventure Unknown at 1505 Fenn Park Drive in Fenton, Missouri. Check that out. It's Big League Impact's Bats and Barrels. What you experienced, you made note of that 2022 team. Really good team because of the quick series with the Phillies. I think it flies under the radar how good that team was. That was a dangerous team going in, but then you go up against Nolan Wheeler and it's over. 2023, obviously a debacle. Have a winning record last year, but certainly not what the Cardinals wanted to have happen last year. And now this team in the midst of playing some great baseball with the winning streak and now winning, bouncing back last night. You've seen great teams, and then you've seen teams that have really struggled. What about this team says to you that this team might have something that could surprise people and make a run in 2025?
Oh, that's I think there's a lot that goes into it. I think, I think the biggest thing is we're all playing the game the right way. I think the game rewards you for doing that. And, obviously I'm not with the pitchers too much, but just as an offense, I think we're doing all the right things, as far as preparing for the game. And then obviously the game is the game, but I think we're being professionals about it. I think we're working, we're doing things that, set us up for success on the field, and we're doing it at a high level. So I think outside of the wins, outside of, being in between the lines, are the way we're going about things, and the conversations that we're having. Like, it's just different. It's a different field than the last couple of years. And I think it's obviously we still have to go out there and drive in runs. We have to, throw innings, but I think that is very important in, some of the success that we've had recently.
I think one of the textures, they had questions for Burley, which is always dangerous, but I think this one was fair. It just said favorite road park to play in.
Oh, nice. I like these kinds of questions.
Yeah, I think favorite road park. So I do enjoy Atlanta, one, because it's close to home, so I do get to see some family. That's probably the closest to home that I do play. So it's always good to have them travel down, and I actually have some family that live in right outside of Atlanta, so they stay there. They kind of, hang out. So that's always a good spot for me. And then I do enjoy playing in Philly, but the indoor stadiums are always fun to play in, like the domes, or the ball off the bat sounds different, and it's always a loud, fun environment inside the dome. So there's a bunch of good parks out there, but those are just a few that I enjoy.
Burley is my favorite player from the 314. He's Mike Trout light. So you're a Mike Trout clone, according to the 314.
Outside of Busch Stadium, Truist Park in Atlanta is where you have your most RBIs, Alec.
Look at this, Jackson Burkett.
Jackson with a nugget.
Well, there you go. I guess I love it.
Clip that off.
From within the room, question for Alec Burleson. Does winning a series matter to you guys? Because we keep noting that you guys are stacking up these series wins. Mm-hmm. Doug here is old school and says it doesn't matter. You just need wins, period. Do you guys look at series wins as any kind of a measuring stick?
Yeah, obviously when you're, you talk about the last series. I mean, we were 1-1, and we come out and win the series. I think, if you do the math and you win every series on the season, you're going to be pretty good at the end of the year. So I think that is a good number to look at, series wins. Obviously we would in a vacuum, in an ideal world, we would win every game, but that can't happen. But if you can, just keep racking up series wins, and you'll turn out just fine at the end for sure.
Well, last one here. How important is it to have elite talent like Arnaudo Contreras around for the younger guys? It has to be more than just mechanics, right? Having those voices around you guys.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even say it's their voices or what they say. I mean, they do, obviously have a ton of knowledge. They've been around for a long time, but just watching them go about their business and see what they do day in and day out, just watching them, they're kind of leading by example. And I think Nato does a really good job of that. Just, he loves to work. He loves to, every time I go into the cage, he's in there hitting. And that's just something as a young guy, like if he can do it with the career he's had, and he's 10, 11 years in, whatever it is, like if he can still do it at this time, then what's my excuse for not getting my work in? So, and then Willie, he's definitely a lead by example too. I think you guys see him on the field, how fiery he is, and but I call him the big teddy bear. You sit down on the bench with him, and he's just a big teddy bear when you talk to him. And it's been a lot of fun to. We were. I wouldn't say we were close. I mean, we were over the last couple years, but being over there with him at first base throughout spring training and throughout the beginning of this year, been able to kind of grow closer to him and really understand who he is as a person, who he is as a player, and that's been a lot of fun to be a part of.
I got a couple of quick hitters, Martin. I like the quick hitters.
Quick hitters. No hedging.
Yeah, that's right. Favorite restaurant in St. Louis?
I'm not a big restaurant guy, so I guess I can use this as a cop-out answer. My wife is obviously pregnant. We're expecting a baby boy at the end of October, but
God bless.
It's wherever she wants to go, because she's the pregnant lady, and we all know how that goes. Wherever she wants to eat, I'll go and eat.
How about that? That due date's going to interfere with the parade, however, the World Series parade. Which would you go to the birth or the parade?
Good question also.
Good question. I'm not going to give you a straightforward answer because that will be an answer for when the time comes.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think that's probably a better move. And then finally, the most important thing to at least some members on this show, you had to notice you guys played better in Philadelphia wearing the Navy caps. Oh, yeah. And for whatever reason, the Cardinals have gotten away from that. Navy caps or red caps preference? On the road.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Navy on the road.
Oh, Doug, I feel pleasure washing over my body.
What do you do? Okay.
It's the right answer, and it's a delight to hear the right answer. Alec, do your teammates feel that way?
I think so. I think there's a lot of us that really enjoy the Navy. I think it's something that we think looks pretty sweet. So.
And don't worry, we badgered Bill DeWitt III on the same topic.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's been brought up on
for
this
about
show.
a decade, as a matter of fact, but we're fighting the good fight here. Hey, man, off day. You guys just played a doubleheader to land in Kansas City last night, and you spent 20 minutes with us. Couldn't appreciate it more. Enjoy the Crow's coffee if you can get out and do it this morning in Kansas City. Once again, Alec Burleson giving his time, not only on this program, but also for Big League Impact. It's taking place on June 8th. It's Bats and Barrels. It is a perfect blend of whiskey tasting and giving back. Sunday, June 8th, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. At Adventure Unknown in Fenton. Alec, appreciate it, man. Continued success to you and the boys in this hot streak, and thanks for the time this morning.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me.
Appreciate it. That's Alec Burleson with us here on 101 ESPN, joining us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. And Doug, at this point now, I think the force of the Navy hats on the road is one that is too strong to contain, and it wouldn't surprise me if they're sporting the Navy caps tomorrow night in Kansas City.
Well, that's not usually the trend.
What?
The other team's got to wear red for them to wear the blue.
What?
It doesn't make sense to me either, but
It was a win for Tim. I feel he was less firm on the series win. He was like, yeah, he was.
What's he going to say?
He went against.
No, we don't care. We don't want to win series.
He went against Doug's theory, but he paused a little bit, whereas the Navy caps, it was firm. I did not read the question that said, do you rub your mom's feet? I left that off the table.
No.
I apologize.
No. That's that was Doug. That was left in your comfort service text inbox.
Yeah, we'll save that for next time
on the program. You are welcome to get involved on the program. Email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. That is coming your way at about 10:45. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. You can also text in at 314-399-9646 and call in Callier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Kurt standing by, 314-974-0101. Call in. I'm going phone lines next segment, so you can call in and talk it over. It's next, TMA 101 ESPN.
We've been telling you a lot about the lower prices at Schnucks. They've done it again. They're adding more items. It was already a couple thousand. They just continue to add more where they're knocking the price down, trying to help you with that grocery budget at your neighborhood Schnucks. This time, dropping prices. Popular items, things like Kraft Singles or Breyer's ice cream, Pepperidge Farm buns, Clorox wipes, all the things you need around the house. Prices are coming down, doing their best they can at Schnucks to save you money. It was $2,300 before. Now we're adding on, just updated. More and more items knocked down. You can look for those digital shelf tags. Also get that Rewards app. It'll help you do your shopping, whether you're doing a little curbside pickup, a home delivery. You can do that with the Rewards app. Remember, these are not sale items. These are dependable, everyday prices. You want to know if your favorite items have a new lower price? Check out the digital shelf tag around the store. Find out more items, all with lower prices. Those are everyday savings that you can count on right at your local Schnucks store.
Voted the greatest sitcom of all time by Inside STL. Different Strokes. And this is Alan Thicke singing, Doug.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Now, this was the show where the FBI wouldn't relax until every member of the cast was behind bars?
The cast ran into some unfortunate off-the-field issues.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on Different Strokes? We're opening up the phone lines. Doug loves to open up the phone lines. He likes to clear them and then open them.
Okay.
314-974-010 and your calls in this particular segment, fresh off of Alec Burleson joining us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines here. Good conversation there with the Cardinal first baseman / outfielder who had a big second game in the Cardinal win last night, 14-7 over the Phillies. Off day. The boys are already hanging out in Kansas City. Sounds like you might go to Worlds of Fun today. I don't know.
I didn't hear that. I heard coffee shop and then maybe hang out. What would you do if you were in that situation?
God.
Mid to late 20s?
Yeah, I got to take myself back to mid to late 20s.
Sleep a lot.
Yeah, I would probably sleep. I would do what I would do if I didn't have some responsibilities after today's program. I would watch the PGA Championship. That's what I would do. But yeah, I might. But see, these guys. We ask these questions about these restaurants, and when we back when the show started, athletes would go out and eat. Now these guys eat so damn healthy that they're kind of like, yeah, I don't know. We don't really. Remember we asked Robert Thomas about Carl's, and he's like, I'm a professional athlete, so I really can't eat that.
Yeah.
You live with Walter.
I did live with
You would
Walter.
think they would have swung by there at time. It's fine. Put some friggin' meat on your bones, Jesus. Walter's probably sky high right now. These Panthers are soaring a little bit. If it is Chief going to have to eat it a little, because the Maple Leafs do this all the time.
No matter who is in that spot, they catch hell. This is Craig Berube following the debacle last night. It was 6-0 before the Leafs got a goal. Final 6-1. They were up 2-0. They were on the verge of going up 3-0 in the series. Now they are on the verge of elimination in Sunrise, Florida. Here is what the former Blues head coach said to the Toronto media following the debacle last night.
Hit the lever, pal.
A lot of the guys are talking about resetting in the next 40 hours or so, whatever it is. Yeah. How do you do that if you have a fairly good idea that the Panthers are going to come just as hard as they did?
Yeah, I think we let them come tonight.
I don't know what's going on.
Sorry? What in the world?
Hold on.
Oh, nuts.
We stood around and watched.
What's wrong?
Gotta be better.
It sounds all right.
Can you guys hear it?
Yes, it's going fine. You keep stopping it.
Yeah, I didn't know what the issue was.
You got
It's fine.
Yeah.
okay.
We hear
Maybe
it.
with my headphones. I can't hear it. I can barely hear it. I'm sorry. I'll start it over.
3, 2,
Craig,
1.
a lot of the guys are talking about resetting in the next 40 hours or so, whatever it is. Yeah. How do you do that if you have a fairly good idea that the Panthers are going to come just as hard as they did just now?
Well, I don't think they came any harder than they have, to be honest with you. I think we let them come tonight. Well, we stood around and watched. You can't do that. So, we responded in the past, and I expect a response from our team, and we'll talk about things and, make some adjustments that are needed. But it's more of a mindset for me going into this game 6 than anything else. It's not X's and O's. We know what they're doing, and they played a simple game tonight, and they were excellent at it. Very good. I mean, they did exactly what they needed to do. And up to this point tonight, it's been a good series. And tonight was a tough game.
6-1 would be a tough game. Booed off the ice at your home building. Austin Matthews sweaters thrown on the ice in frustration, Doug.
Gosh.
All hell is breaking loose in Toronto.
That's poor fan behavior. Stick with your team. Stick with them. What's the alternative? Just giving up completely? I'm going home. We're not going to win. Second period, we're down 4-0. I'm going home.
Spent $500 for this seat, but I'm going to just leave early.
Yeah, just to show my frustration. Just to show I know more about hockey than these guys playing.
I hope they win in Florida just so we get a game 7.
Oh, give me a game 7 in Toronto, man.
With all the storylines, can they get to the conference final? The defending champs are tough. I'd love to see that. I don't understand how a team, basically says we just didn't have it tonight. At that level, that big a game. Isn't it crazy that that happens?
Yeah.
On your home ice, they just don't have it.
Florida got a quick goal, and the Leafs hit the post early on and thought, okay, this thing's going to be a back and forth all night. And instead, Florida ran away and hid, and all hell was breaking loose in that building with people leaving, booing, and like I said, tossing sweaters onto the ice. The Hurricanes can advance with a win this evening. They are minus 170 to do so. And the Winnipeg Jets can be eliminated this evening, Doug. And
only petty people are rooting for that, Tim. And by petty people, I mean all of us.
That's correct.
Right.
That's correct. That's correct. Would it feel
Yeah.
better or worse to see them in a gentleman's sweep?
A gentleman's sweep being 4-1.
Yeah.
There's kind of been enough time gone by now that I really don't care anymore if they're in or not. As I said, I'm kind of rooting for the Stars because I have family down there, and they're big Stars families. So I would think the Stars would wrap it up on home ice tonight.
They're in Winnipeg.
Oh, well, then in that case, I would expect the Stars to wrap it up tonight in Winnipeg.
Cut, print.
Plus, I mean, Dallas hasn't had Heiskanen the whole time up until Game 4. He's back. They're getting healthy. They're already, but remember we were talking toward the end of the regular season? I go, who's the favorite to win the Stanley Cup? And you guys rattled off a bunch of teams, and it was always Dallas. And then Dallas, the Robertson injury in the final regular season game, didn't have them, didn't matter against Colorado, and now they're getting healthy. God, I mean, operating on the premise of the likelihood of a Dallas-Edmonton series. Whew, cats and dogs. That's going to be a Jim Dandy.
Yeah, I think they lost their last 7 of the regular season. The Stars going into the playoffs. Maybe Winnipeg holds serve at home, but history would tell you that they're probably ready to fold up. That's kind of what they do. But I would think for them, this is going to be their biggest game in a long time, just to kind of hold serve.
If the Leafs are able to force a Game 7, it would be the only game in the Stanley Cup playoffs on Sunday. So you could sal in for a Leafs home game fighting for their lives against the defending Cup champions with former Blues head coach Craig Berube behind the bench. Oh, Doug, it'd be a fine little affair.
It sure would. Would you stay home and watch it? No, you're going to watch golf.
I would imagine it'd be at night, so the golf will have been completed.
Yeah.
And Min-Woo Lee decided to press eject and bogey and then double bogey, so now he's over par. And I've been tweeting at him from my burners, complaining about his play.
You're just going to leave? You're going to leave the show now and go home?
The way I kind of vent is I have, as you know, 48 burner accounts, and I currently am utilizing those to attack Min-Woo Lee for his wedge play.
Okay, to really get your opinion out there and not have to back it up personally.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's what the strong do.
In defense of Jackson, there were a lot of texts that we can barely hear it, only hearing it in my left headphone.
So that's I played that off Twitter. I'm not going to cast aspersions or say where I got the tweet from. I should have pulled the audio before the show, and I could have fixed it. But playing off Twitter, there was no channel 2 audio, your right ear. So I was... And of course, I only have one earbud in my right earbud, so I couldn't hear a thing. That's why I was so confused.
Bizarre, yeah.
So the left ear was blasting, right ear, nothing.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so my apologies.
Was that apology acceptable, though? I always like to apologize on Twitter because that's where apologies are accepted.
Right. Embraced.
Twitter
really.
didn't do the job. You did your job.
Thank you.
No, it's that really odd there.
I was so deeply hurt by it that I'm not ready to accept any apologies.
I should probably apologize to Chief, So
that'd be the right thing to do.
Sorry, Mr. Berube.
Nice. I really like that. Hey, I would apologize to James Carlton if his spot didn't play. He's been with us now for close to a decade. He's been advertising on the Tim McKernan Show podcast since 2017, on TMA since 2019, and he's my insurance agent and has been since 2019, and I am thrilled to say so. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. So many TMA listeners have made the switch. If you haven't, I would suggest this. Just give a call to the office. Your investment is, I would say, the 2 minutes you're on the phone, and then they look into how they can save you money, and then all of a sudden you go, oh my goodness, I had no idea I could save that much money. Then they do all the paperwork for you, and you're saving money. So what was your cost? It was the 2 minutes on the phone. What was your reward? Saving money. And now you're working with the best insurance agency you're going to find in St. Louis. It's carltoninsurance.net, 314-961-4800. James Carlton. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
High bar.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna sponsor this 9 o'clock hour here on the program. Doug, we have fun with audio.
Okay.
The Doggies last night were up 2-0 at the half, and unfortunately, the rival Sporting KC was able to come back and force a draw. But, Martin, we have audio of one of the Doggies' goals from friend of the program, the pride of South City, Joey Zanaboni.
Okay, hit the lever, please, Pale.
Cardinal Corner. City looking for a fourth set-piece goal this season. Swooped out swinger. Back-headed top of the six by KC. Out to Pompeu. Back post. What a shot! Oh, Celio Pompeu! City leads! He said he was starving like a dog, Dale! Go! 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 A rocket from the land of dreams, and it's 1-0 City. 15 minutes in at Energizer Park.
What did he say? Something to Dale? Well, Dale Shilley is the analyst. I think he gave a mention to Dale.
What was the barking?
The dog barked?
I don't know, honestly.
I kind of liked it.
Oh, I'm super into it.
Iggy is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he says, awful.
Oh. How about goal number 2? We got that too?
We don't.
Oh, I called for something we don't have.
That's right. And that's why the organic living Stiefel dossier is so important, because you see what we have, and then alas, you therefore see what we don't have.
I don't get it anymore.
Remember, we were in Cardinals Corner, and then Doug switched into Continental Yoff, and the whole show's really been a jumble ever since.
Love to have a copy of that dossier.
What?
Between you and Kurt saying he doesn't have access to the text inbox, like he needs to be sworn in before he can get it. And Doug not reading his email.
I got to go back to October to find
you just
it.
Type it in. I figured this out.
I'm going to get both of you what you want. I'm going to get both of you what you want before 10 o'clock.
What would your soccer...
Well, it's too late.
It's almost 10. What's your soccer sounder to wrap up a bite?
I'm going to have to find one.
Question.
I'm going to have to find one.
Vuvuzela?
Ooh, not a bad call.
Just Joey barking.
Yeah, honestly. That bark, that's a great call, Chairman. I think I might just clip off that bark.
I think Jackson had 2 signature moments in Balloon Party's history, when he decided that Alex Pietrangelo played for the Edmonton Oilers, but also when he constructed the segment, So Would Your Grandma Think? Is that available? If not, we have
the open.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Give me one.
I mean, I think that was you and executive producer Mike Ryder's handiwork.
It was.
And it's a glorious open. And last night in Las Vegas, Connor McDavid was not happy with the reporter's question, even though his team advanced to the Western Conference Finals with an overtime Jim Dandy 1-0 win over VGK.
Here's the open for so.
Okay, I'd like to hear that.
Sometimes the media asks bad questions, like...
Congratulations.
Congratulations. I lost.
You lost?
Yes.
Oh.
Or...
What went through your mind when you were told that the contract was done?
What's that? And when that happens, players will fire back.
I mean, are you looking to get into a pissing match with you and I?
Bro, that's a clown question, bro.
Now, it's time for...
So what'd your grandma think?
I mean, Ryder and Jackson should get awards for that.
Ryder's back there right now. He knows it.
So Connor McDavid, Doug, I saw this pop up in my TikTok after I got through Viking Barbie's feed, and I thought, what in the hell's Connor McDavid so damn upset about? I could have sworn the Oil won and advanced to the Western Conference Final. But he was not happy. I guess his eye's on the prize, and that prize is a chalice. Here is Connor McDavid, an Edmonton reporter, following the Oil's 1-0 overtime win.
Natural progression over the last couple of years even. Have you seen that, the way that you guys defend and feel more comfortable defending as a group?
I mean, how many times are we going to answer this question, really? Like, honestly, that's frustrating that we keep talking about this. We can defend. We can.
we've showed that time and time again. Come into a tough building and win a 1-0 game when it matters most. We can play that way. We can score goals. We can, whatever it takes, we can win games.
Yep. I didn't hear a slap shot or anything at the end of that to know it was over.
In fairness, I sent that audio to Jackson during the commercial break.
Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise,
I was just supposed to
It's a fresh
adjust.
cut.
Yeah.
Fresh cut.
So the point being, Edmonton has the narrative attached, which I think has been fair, that if they're going to win, they're going to score a lot of goals. And so the reporter was saying, hey, it looks like you guys are starting to evolve and be able to win something like a 1-0 game on the road. And a Banty Connor McDavid following the win. Oh, there's the...
Now I know it's over.
And now you know it's
Okay.
over.
I can settle
That was
back
just in my right ear only.
All right.
So you're going to have the oil. You know that. You're probably going to have the Stars. That's a hell of a series. I would imagine Dallas would be favored if they do, in fact, end Winnipeg's season. I would think Dallas would be favored.
I don't know. That feels like a toss-up to me.
And then on the other side, it looks like you're going to get the Hurricanes. And it's certainly trending in Bernie Federko out of nowhere, down 2-0. He said, I still like the Panthers. Hurricanes and Panthers.
He's always looking for a hot take, that Federko.
He is,
Just
yeah.
throwing stuff out there.
I'm telling you.
Trying to go viral. That's Bernie's thing.
So, and then listen, Jackson, I love the association, not nearly as much as you, but I like watching the NBA playoffs. I just feel like the Stanley Cup playoffs, most likely Final Four, is going to be more attractive than the NBA's Final Four this year. Is that fair? Is that not?
Yeah, because, you're looking at Nuggets Thunder tonight. Well, it's going to be a great game. I don't know if OKC necessarily moves the needle. Nikola Jokic maybe does. But they'll be going up against Minnesota. Anthony Edwards moves the needle, but probably not a team. Now, the Knicks, that's the X factor. The Knicks being involved is something, obviously, we don't get that often in the 21st century. So I agree with you, big picture-wise.
Okay.
What if they put it on at 11 a.m. on Saturday, Tim? Would that be more intriguing?
Does that change things?
No, kind of stinks.
Big hoops.
Afternoon,
on Fox.
that's the problem. Like afternoon playoff basketball when it's really nice outside, it doesn't have.
Doesn't feel right.
I just don't think it's great. But I love watching every second of it, man. I really do.
What if that's on against the Stanley Cup Finals?
What do you mean?
What if the NBA Finals and the Stanley Cup Finals should appear on the same night? Or some key hockey playoff.
Are you asking which one I would watch?
Yes.
Well, basketball, of course, just like most of America.
Oh, right there, Martin. Right there,
Ship them
Martin.
back. Ship them out.
I just got to, sometimes you got to make sure people's perspective is in the right place, where things are at nationwide.
Buh,
I don't know what to
okay.
tell you, though. Buh.
It just hurts a little bit. Is all.
Well, the Blues are out of it, so it's the same amount of...
So are the Hawks. We had them until 68.
Yeah.
Quinn Snyder.
Quinn Snyder, but the same local allegiance,
Mm.
Although, Trent Frederick going to the Western Conference Finals.
Your classmate.
Yeah, we'll do middle school.
Doug, we know that Luke Donald and Keegan Bradley will face off in the Ryder Cup at Bethpage in September, but what I would have to think is an anomaly here. The two Ryder Cup captains are at the top of the leaderboard. Luke Donald, who is certainly not known as a big hitter, is navigating the large playground that is Quail Hollow, and he is at the top of the leaderboard, tied with Ryan Fox at 4 under, and Keegan Bradley is a stroke back. Could the two captains be paired together on Sunday in a preview of a Jim Dandy of a Ryder Cup?
Well, I guess it could. It could happen, yes, of course.
Not a chance in hell.
Oh, well, okay.
What's up with Jackson's attitude? That's in the YouTube chat.
MB 2020.
What's up?
I don't mean to have an attitude.
It's over your shoulder. I'm reading.
Yeah.
What's up with Jackson? I never see the YouTube chat, but I was looking at the golf, and then I noticed that.
Yeah.
Jackson's attitude. You're pretty even, Steven, I would say, most days.
Try to be. Try to be. Never too high, never too low.
It's a good thing to be.
Try. Some
Once you
days
figure
are
out how to
hard.
close that club face, you have that temperament to be buy strike in Jackson's golf game, Martin. I'm telling you, buy stock.
Where do we do that?
In Jackson's golf game. Doug, you have that available
I think
somewhere?
that's on the NASDAQ.
It's NASDAQ.
Just a little pile. Just a little cash on the back table here.
Did a little afternoon 9 yesterday. It was great.
Oh, is that right? Where'd you play?
Highlands in Forest Park.
Who'd you play with? Oatmeal? Herb?
My buddy, Private Citizen Pete.
Wait, Private Citizen Pete gets out a lot.
It was a late. It was like a
private citizen.
It was like a 5:30 round. Pretty perfect, you know. Had a Michelob Ultra walking around.
Look at you.
Oh, it's great.
Supporting the sponsors.
Oh, it's great. I love a Sunset 9, like on a work day.
Sunset 9.
Yeah, it's great.
It is glorious.
Walking 9, so good.
And you shot, what is it? What's the par at the Highlands, Doug? Is it 35?
I don't know
34.
what the par is.
34.
3 par 3s, 1 par 5.
And you shot 38,
I
so
played
not
terrible.
bad.
No.
42.
I honestly, we were playing a little game thing. I wasn't even counting my actual score.
I don't know what that means.
A little game thing.
There is a game. It's called golf.
It was a little
score.
side wagering game that I was more focused on.
He was playing a game, Tim, but separate from the game of golf.
Could it have been match play and none of us understand it except
Not
Tim?
like Tim.
That's correct.
Right.
Yeah.
What'd your grandma think?
Oh, no, I haven't talked to her yet.
Somebody said, Jackson, you're an American hero from the 314.
Now we're talking.
There you go.
Now we're
People are
talking.
rallying around you. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today. It's 10 o'clock. That means, Martin, you have to...
Things to tend to.
Nice. Nice.
But I'll be supporting the show. I would like Kurt to come up here so he can have access to the text line.
Yeah.
Told you I'd get by 10.
There you go. There to Kurt, do you see it?
Sliding into the dais as Martin slides out. The program's called TMA. We exit the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour, 10 o'clock hour coming up next. And then BK and Ferrario at 11 o'clock. Fastlane at 2 p.m. This is 101 ESPN. Well, when the weather warms up, that tends to be engagement season. If you're thinking about getting engaged, I would like to recommend Moritz Reusch Jewelers, family and locally owned, going back to 1982. Dan Reusch is third generation in the jewelry industry. Moritz Reusch is online at ninjabling.com. You go, why are they ninjabling.com? I'll tell you why. They've been longtime advertisers on The Riz Show. Now they're on TMA as well. And The Riz Show, they would call their listeners ninjas. Well, here you go. Moritz Reusch. Ninjabling.com is where you can learn more. They are located in Richmond Heights, close to Clayton, right across the street from the Galleria on the 15th floor of the tower across from the St. Louis Gallery. A private sales experience. They're going to make sure that they stick to your budget. You're going to be comfortable in there. It's such a big part of the jewelry buying experience. That's what they practice at Moritz Reusch. It's local. It's family-owned, family-operated since 1982. Dan Reusch, third generation. Moritz Reusch online at ninjabling.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Let's take a look around the NHL playoffs from last evening. The Panthers defeat the Maple Leafs 6-1, giving the Florida Panthers a 3-2 lead in that series, while the Oilers win in overtime 1-0, and they will move on to the Western Conference Finals, defeating the Vegas Golden Knights. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Well, I don't know where this is coming from. Is this Vanessa Carlton?
Yeah.
Am I right? 2000? I think 2000, 2001. I don't think 99's live, so I'm going to say 2001 to give me 2002 and 2000. That's my thought process.
Know.
The music video, is she like in the back of a truck playing the piano? Am I right on that? Like Burt Bacharach?
I don't know.
It's a great piano riff.
And why is this return music?
I looked at the time remaining of the commercial break, and there was very little time, and I have a playlist called the Jam Jams, and I have a lot of great music in there. And so I just consulted with that, found that little number, and threw it on because I was unprepared.
Speaking of being unprepared, in the Stiefel dossier, Jackson sends links at about 5, 6 o'clock every night. Doug, do you get those?
No, I don't. Love to get them.
I'd throw you on there. No problem.
No, never mind me.
Chairman Kurt sends links in the morning. This was one of the links sent yesterday. They bugged off. Now they're back in full force. A huge uptick in sex-crazed, crop-destroying spotted and lanternflies is expected to swarm the Big Apple after a population plunge last year, and they're already hatching in droves, experts told the New York Post Wednesday.
Experts.
An egg count taken this past winter at a vineyard in Berks County, Pennsylvania, considered ground zero for the invasive pest, showed roughly 1,700 egg masses per row compared to nearly none the previous year. That's from Kelly Hoover, professor of entomology at Penn State. Quote, "It was almost nothing, and then boom, now they're back in big numbers. It's a huge increase." Doug, lanternflies are back in New York City, and that was one of the links I received yesterday afternoon.
And what are we supposed to do with that? Do you think we're experts in lanternflies like this guy Hoover?
Kelly Hoover. And they're sex-crazed. I found that noteworthy, if nothing else.
So you just think once Doug hears something sex-crazed is going to get them all worked up?
What do you think all little insects probably are?
See?
Desperate to reproduce immediately for the 3 days they have to live on the planet?
Yeah. I think that they would have what you would call want to, and clearly these lanternflies do as a species as a whole.
And they've invaded New York City.
Yeah. Sometimes, a link can be, it's a 50-50 ball, It could go one way or one way.
Well, sure it can.
But, you got to put pucks on that, I guess. But heads up, for any of our New York listeners, heads up.
Heads up, because there's flies out there.
Lantern flies.
So they light up or something?
They look like, pardon me, I'm emotional. These things look like trouble.
Oh, God, yeah. Almost like the cicadas with red dots all over them.
Yeah.
Scary. Hold on a second for those in the YouTube chat. Watch this. Scary.
Oh, I see what you're doing with your eyes there.
Scary.
Okay.
Yeah, that was actually just for the 101 ESPN YouTube chat. It's a different neighborhood.
I got you. Okay. All right, then. So I'm not going to New York anytime soon.
Unless you want to pick up a mattress.
Due to lanternfly outbreak.
To kill them, they recommend dragging your vacuum cleaners.
Dragging
to
the vacuum
suck them up. But make sure you wait 48 hours. You can credit me for that.
48 hours for what?
Before emptying the vacuum bag to ensure they don't reemerge.
Yeah. Doug, you got to tend to these lanternflies if you're in the Manhattan area and streaming the program. If you're in Philadelphia, you heard Tom McCarthy and John Kruk reacting to Mason Wynn, fired up when he got a walk. Take a listen to this. You remember Johnny Kruk, don't you?
Sure, yeah.
Ball 4. He seemed very happy with himself on working the walk.
That's interesting.
It's the bat on the ball. Ash to agate.
There's a great, if you're on TikTok or YouTube, a compilation of John Kruk's best moments in the booth is worth your time. He's super, super funny. Super self-deprecating. He's awesome. I really enjoy John Kruk.
I'm not sure I've ever heard anyone scream like that after a walk unless it was a game-winning Based on balls?
Headlines this weekend, the Texas guy down 7 runs to Florida really pimped a walk after he got hit in the earlier inning. He got walked and started pimping the walk.
Pimping walks. How do you do that?
Throw your bat down, start throwing all your accessories down, kind of stare down the pitcher. Will Contreras sometimes will pimp a walk.
Oh, really? I envision a Vince McMahon $1 million walk to first base.
It's not a bad play.
It's a little similar.
John Kruk was not happy also with Vaughn Herrera and his framing. Doug, take a listen.
Heads up, there could be another one coming.
And a 2-2 breaking call, strike 3. That was a delayed call by Mondrick, and it was low.
I hope he's not one of those that takes his time with everything. First of all, it's a ball.
And look how much he brought that ball up.
I know. But that's what I mean. That's a missed call. It's not the catcher stealing it. It's a bad call. Framing.
Turner bounces it up the third total and leads the National League. And a called strike 3. Out of the zone again.
This isn't going to be good.
They called Stott out on the same pitch.
Yep. I mean,
pretty much the same pitch.
It really is. And the same frame job by Herrera.
He pulled it up to the middle of the box.
From the ground to a ball out of his own eye.
Oh, there's the hashtag. I'm with him on framing.
Yeah, I figured you would.
I told you, if I'm an umpire, you frame it, it's an automatic ball.
Yeah.
Because you know it was a ball, and so you're trying to fool me into thinking it's a strike. You wouldn't do that if the pitch was in the strike zone. You wouldn't have to frame anything. If you frame it, it's a ball.
I think that's one thing if you're putting your glove in the same place and you strategically catch the ball in a certain area so it looks better. But when you pull it out, like when you slide your glove across.
How can they fall for that?
It's really
How
egregious.
in the world can they fall for that?
I think it's best to just stick it. That's the way I was always taught.
Stick it?
Yeah. You don't want to move the glove, but just stick that pitch.
What do you mean by that?
You know, you just kind of, it's not a big movement. You just stick it. Get it before it fades out of the zone.
Well, you don't have a whole lot of time there.
You wouldn't understand.
Oh.
Like, what was your position in baseball?
A center field.
Center
usually.
field, of course. Star athlete.
Well, I don't know about that because I wasn't great with ground balls.
Yeah.
I took a couple ground balls to the face at Kirkwood because I was a second baseman for a while.
Really? That's where they usually stick butt asses like me.
Well, in high school, usually guys can play all over the field a little bit.
Yeah.
You wear a cup?
Oh, God, yes.
I thought
The
outfielders
fields-
didn't wear them.
Well, back then the fields were pretty bad, pretty rough. You know, now a lot of the fields are artificial turf and everything. Boy, we would have loved to have artificial turf. If the fields were just dirt clods, we took some horrible shots. And I got the yips on ground ball. I said,
no, really? You had the yips?
Well, yeah, after you take one in the nutsack and another one in the nose, you don't really want to stay down on those hot shots ground balls. I lost the will to live a couple times.
So we would have been wonderful teammates. We just had to put 2 guys at second base because I could field them, but then I couldn't make the throw.
I'll make the throw.
You could
catch the
field
ground
them,
ball.
yeah.
You knock it
Partnership
down, I'll
to
pick it up and throw it.
2 guys at second base. It's like in
2
softball.
head cases.
I guess it would be legal. You'd have to sacrifice another position.
Where would you take it from? Like where you? I guess right
maybe,
field.
yeah.
The kid wearing the jeans and right, he's out.
Stagger him.
How does someone wearing a Red Sox hat get on St. Louis Sports Talk Radio? This is pitiful.
The 314 chairman, that's directed at you, I guess, in your Red Sox hat.
Yeah, it's my new cap. I like it. The Buffalo Ridge one was getting kind of, I could smell that thing. So we needed to mix it up a little bit.
But you could have had a Cardinal navy blue cap.
I do like the Navy caps. I'm going to have a Instagram clip going up soon of Burley.
Oh, hell yeah.
Being on Team Navy cap.
Get that going, chairman.
Yeah, I'm just finishing
That's
up.
the TMA Instagram account?
Yep.
TMA_STL, Doug.
Boston's beat us, 3 times in the World Series? Twice, anyway.
I'm not necessarily a
2013?
Boston Red Sox fan. I'm just a slave to fashion.
Okay.
It goes good with the TMA colors.
It does.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Our colors, of course, are red, white, and blue because there's no show that's more American than this one, Jack.
I agree with that.
Thank you. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Sign up for the Dotem. That's at 101ESPN.com. 2 weeks from today, we'll be out there ball striking at Oak Valley Golf Course May 30th. Sold out May 29th. Foursomes are available. Your foursome will get the following: complimentary breakfast from Donut Drive-In, lunch lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, all your Michelob Ultra all day long, and then you get dinner, too. After party with food from Texas Roadhouse on Thursday and from Super Smokers on Friday. Our charity partner is the St. Louis Hero Network. That's in honor of the late, great Brian McKenna. If you'd like to sign up or just want more information, go to 101ESPN.com. That 100 West Dental, closest to the whole competition. 100 West Dental's online at 100westdental.com. Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental, 100westdental.com is where you can go and sign up without even having to pick up the phone. You can sign up right now. Just go to 100westdental.com. Check out the calendar online for availability. You can book right then and there. They have brand new offices on Manchester in Baldwin, and you will notice a big, big difference if you take a look at the offices at 100 West Dental from other dentist offices. Plus, they have a special going on that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off an Invisalign package at 100 West Dental. On the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. Go to 100westdental.com. I understand, Tom, did you text me? Who texted me? Somebody texted me. Oh, Martin.
Yeah.
Wingy Man is in the lobby, Chairman.
I'm on
E.
it.
Halls. I guess that's Tom. So there you go. We got wing. We're going to find out about these B Halls. Man, we mentioned best wings in St. Louis, and the next thing you know, we must have had like 50 texts about these B Halls.
Yeah.
So anyway.
I wonder who has the best lobster in St. Louis.
Yeah, the best steak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You think they bring us a bunch of lobster tails?
The best bearer bonds.
It's TMA 101 ESPN shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Watch it at youtube.com/TMA STL. This is the Morning After. I have to tell you that next to Can You Stand the Rain by New Edition, this might be the jam. What's the theme
This is
here?
the jam?
This is the jam.
No real theme, just a great song. This song had a huge resurgence when Jordan Peele used it in the trailer of his 2019 film Us, the follow-up from Get Out. He reimagined it as like a horror song with the violins, and it's awesome.
Doug, you remember Us in 2019? Cardinals beat the Braves, but were vanquished by the Nationals. Blues, of course, won the Chalice.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I do remember the big picture. But the years of every song that ever came out, sorry.
No, this song came out much before, but the movie Us was 2019, spring of 2019.
So during the commercial break, and there's a behind-the-scenes channel on the dark web where you can watch us.
Mm-hmm.
Tom from B Halls came in.
He sure did. Huh?
And we've got a responsibility in this building to not share any of the feast that was just brought in. I mean, the man brought in, what did you say, Doug? Two tubs
large trays,
of wings. I don't even know how the topic got up. Oh, I brought up Fenton Bar and Grill.
Right.
Because I was out at Family Golf, and I'm like, you know what? I remember meeting the owner of Fenton Bar and Grill. Great guy. Met him here in the building, right outside of our director of sales, Keith Krause's office. I think it was last year. And I go, man, I've heard about the wings there. I got to try them out. And they were incredible. Brought some home for the family. Family loved them. And then people started texting about best wings. And I'm telling you, no BS. B Halls just was up and down the text inbox. And Tom from B Halls texts in and he goes, hey, listen to the show. We want to bring in some wings. So he has done so. And Doug, one of the signatures is the Carolina Gold.
Carolina Gold. What does that mean?
Gold. That's the
Gold.
sauce.
Oh.
But there's a couple different kinds.
Is that real spicy? Carolina Gold?
Sweet and spicy.
I think it's like a mustard base.
Nice, Chairman. Tangy is the adjective.
Okay.
Tangy is
well,
the
it sure
adjective.
smells good in here, and now I'm going to have a hard time focusing because I want to start eating. I don't necessarily want to break down anything else anymore. I don't want to chop it up.
Well,
I want
fine.
to chop up the wings.
Then we'll let MLB Now chop it up on the Cardinals and what they will do if this club continues to surge.
All right, at the Lever Pail.
I wonder have a surge in them if they see that they're contenders again.
I like the fact that they didn't, bust out the budget this winter. What they did is it gave runway to all their young players. Don't bring in some veterans who are stopgap guys. Let these guys know if they go 0-4, they're in the lineup the next day. You're seeing Brendan Donovan emerge. Victor Scott, I saw him swing the bat in spring training. It's like, that's a completely different swing. Give him credit for the adjustments that he's made. Up and down the line, Liberatore, I always wanted him in the rotation. I thought he was lost in the bullpen. Leave him there. Let him run. A lot of guys have stepped up, these young players, because there's no one there who's taking at bats away from them. So I like what the Cardinals are doing. Let's let this thing play out. But I would still, I disagree with Jake here, I would still, when I get to July, think about guys like Fetty, Helsley, see what I can get on the market. Reminds me of Detroit last year. I mean, it worked out for Detroit where, you trade Flaherty and you still made the playoffs. You can go hybrid here. Baseball is not a binary game. Everybody wants to say in May, who's a seller? Who's a buyer? It's not that simple.
Yeah, but it's rare that you sell and then make a run, Tom. I mean, the Tigers...
You see the Cardinals as a 90-win team that's going to be in it until the end of the season.
You know what? I see them running...
Dog National League.
Actually,
they're in it.
I'm with you. The Cardinals, you run out of space. The East is so deep. The West is so deep. Even if they are 86 to 89, are they better than the Diamondbacks and the Giants and the Padres and the Phillies? Like, no, not exactly.
Gosh, I love the ash to agate.
Look, you've won Doug over.
I know. I feel
you didn't win it over by attacking him. You won it over by being better.
Okay.
Yep. Some people sit back and they cry about it. You know what I do? Bootstraps. I pick myself up by them.
Do you?
And I do better.
Nice.
Therefore, I am better.
Okay.
Nice. We're all better then.
Well, it's hard to argue with too much of what they said right there.
Right.
I don't like the term "give them runway." I don't care for that. We're making up new ways to talk about baseball. That always bothers me. But everything else he said, I guess, is pretty much right on the money. Right? You let guys play, and some of them have really developed. 3 or 4 have developed in a big way. A couple of them, we're still waiting on that to happen. And if it does, they really have something.
I also agree with the overall premise that rarely do you see a team do what the Tigers did last year and then have that run. So keep that in mind. With that said, really the last time, before a couple of years ago, that the Cardinals were in sell mode, which is amazing to me. And also I kind of disagree with in 16, 17, 18, but they also standings-wise were in a bit of a purgatory either with the wild card or the Central, is 2001. Now, they didn't sell a lot. They traded away Ray Lankford and Jason Christensen, who was a left-handed reliever, but they got much better after that trade deadline, and I really think they may have been the best team in the National League. I know the Diamondbacks went to win the World Series, but I think the Diamondbacks just had the best two pitchers, and that is why they won that World Series. But the Cardinals were firing on all cylinders by the end of the season, even after being in seller mode. So we've seen it happen locally, and we saw it happen last year with Detroit, but Detroit not only has Skubal won the Cy Young, right? Mm-hmm. But they also have some young guys who aren't household names who can rake, and those guys got going as well.
Yeah. Spencer Torkelson finally got it going.
You've been calling for Torkelson to get it going, and he did it for you.
Between him and Skubal, it sounds like they're the Savannah Bananas North. This is kind of goofy names, but hey, they're outstanding ball players. And Javi Baez is back. Holy mackerel!
Playing center.
Yeah, he was like the worst hitter in baseball for the last 2 years, and now he's outstanding again.
Yeah, he's come around. Speaking of Savannah Bananas, I saw a video yesterday where they hit a fly ball to the left fielder, and as he caught it, he did a backflip.
Yeah.
You ever seen that?
No.
I feel like something Ricky Henderson might have done in an April game.
He did an Ozzie Smith backflip while catching the fly ball.
That's incredible.
Who cares if they win the damn division?
It's from Big Tuft.
That's all you can really do.
Like, isn't that the whole purpose of the regular season?
Well, you got to be one of the top two teams in the National League. Otherwise, you get that best of 3 reward for winning the division.
So stupid. Well, I would still prefer to win the division to finish fourth.
Yeah.
Or anywhere else in the division.
Yeah, that was a bad text. I'm just going to be honest.
Yeah.
Bad text.
The blocking. Blocking.
Wings are bad for you, Doug.
That's from Moist to Salute, Possible Burner.
But they smell so good. Right now, I feel like... You ever see those cartoons where the big bad wolf is about to eat and the moisture's just coming out of his jowls because he's so hungry? That's kind of how I feel right now.
B. Halls is our Cottleville neighbor. Please keep them Webster Fats away from us. You guys keep going to Buffalo Wild Wings while we enjoy the best wings in town. That's from Gary Pinkle's cell phone etiquette.
Nothing wrong with Buffalo Wild Wings.
No. Are wings really...
This Webster Cottleville thing is going to... Somebody's going to get hurt.
It's getting nasty.
Somebody's going to get hurt.
Are wings really that much worse for you than pizza? I can't imagine pizza.
Doug's thing is not necessarily the wing proper so much as the skin, right?
Right, because that's the fried part.
Yeah.
And it's full of fat, the skin. If you peel the skin off there, then it's okay.
Okay.
You like the Drummies or the flats?
Flats.
Nice
Drummies.
question.
I would never go for a flat.
Flat is the answer.
I would never willingly accept a flat over a drummie.
I was talking to Tim.
Oh, you son of a so-and-so.
I like that.
You know what my answer is? Both of them. Both of them.
My boys like the drumsticks too.
There's no meat on the flats.
Yeah,
There's
there
very
is.
little. Very little.
The meat
it's
is
a lot
better.
of work.
There's a lot of hoopla in the drum.
Hoopla.
Yeah, gristle, and it's easier to dip if you're looking to do some dipping. The drum is certainly easier, but the flat I think is the tastier wing. Gets
Fat's
crispier.
not unhealthy, Doug. That's from Albert Edison.
It's great for you, chub. Just exactly what you want to be eating. As much fat, trans fat, as you can possibly get.
Animal fat, preferably.
Mm-hmm.
Buckets of lard.
Yes, who says it's bad for you?
Email in on your thoughts on buckets of lard. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN, the TMA YouTube channel.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. That's how they said it back then, 1890. They were founded in downtown St. Louis then, same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They also partner with the St. Louis Cardinals and the Blues and now Stifel Charity Classic, and they sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support our city, our people, and our future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is, where success meets success. No wonder they've decided to partner with this fabulous program, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
TMA 101 ESPN. We are now the Fats. A lot of wings.
We are one of you.
We are one of you. From B. Halls in the commercial break. I mean, food's been coming into this show for decades, and I rarely, but I felt like I had a responsibility to the audience with their talking about how good these wings are. Tom from B. Halls brings them in, like 4 different kinds, too.
Yeah, boy, howdy.
And,
Those are outstanding.
Yeah, joking. And Doug didn't even scold us because he was...
I was there in there with you right in the trough. I got what I wanted.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is coming up. And then BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour here on a beautiful warm day in St. Louis. Should be the warmest day to date in 2025. Also warm is Ryan Fox and Alex Noren. Stunning. Your leaders at the PGA Championship, and maybe even more stunning is the fact that Rory McIlroy is 2 over and 7 back. A lot of people, understandably so, too, were on Rory McIlroy going into this event, a course that he has dominated. Of course, he's won at Pebble, he's won at the Players, he's won at Augusta, but so far he has run into problems, in particular off the tee, playing in a star-studded pairing with Scotty Scheffler and Xander Schauffele, the defending champion. So, Doug, there is your update from Quail Hollow. Alec Burleson was with us talking Cardinals earlier in the program. Great conversation with him. I recommend going back and podcasting that. Schaefer Door Company sponsor the podcast here on 101 ESPN. Longtime TMA sponsor, Schaefer Door Company. You've had garage door problems a couple of times, and Jason Gosrow comes out there and he tends to it, doesn't he?
Takes perfect care of it.
I know.
Yeah, and in short order, too. That's just the name that you need to know if you've got any kind of garage door problem.
That number is 636-782-3608. That number is set up specifically for TMA listeners, and then they have a website, schaeferdoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com. It's one of those things that you're just kind of going along, and all of a sudden you hear the garage door crash. You go, what in the world is that? I had it happen to me, I don't know, like 7 or 8 years ago, and I go, who do I?
A really loud bang.
That's right.
And you know where it came from.
Yeah, it came from that garage crashing down because the chain broke. Well, when I had it happen, I didn't know who to go to. Now you do. You go to schaeferdoor.com. They also service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business with big, tall doors, Schaefer's experience in these types of jobs. It's Schaefer Door Company. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. That's Schaefer Door Company, and you probably should spend some time and think about it. Now that you're thinking about it, what do you think?
I'm thinking that as soon as the segment's over, I'm going for more wings.
What's that got to do with Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door?
Oh, well, he would like some wings, too.
I bet he would. He'd like these wings.
Yeah.
I guarantee you that.
These wings might be good enough to knock your garage door right off the tracks.
Well, they're playing. Oli Marmol talking about the versatility of the Cardinal offense because they're scoring in a wide variety of ways. Certainly that's the case when you score 14 against Aaron Nola's team.
Man, the versatility and how we can score, right? It's just, it took a little bit of everything and a little bit of everybody. So everybody did their jobs. They did what the game was asking for, to your point earlier, with just moving a guy and driving him in, slug, base hits when needed, walks, I mean, all of it. But overall, these guys continue to battle regardless of what's going on, so.
Hashtag.
There it is. Man, you love that.
Yeah, another term I don't like that's being used now is slug. We need to slug.
What's wrong with that,
How about
bro?
hit for power? Why was that not good enough?
Time saver.
I don't know how much time it really saves.
You were watching the game yesterday afternoon when the Cardinals had second and third, one out after Brendan Donovan's great piece of hitting by moving the runner over with the right side ground out. And Chip Carey said, Cardinals 1 for 10 today with RISP.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Runners in scoring position.
But think how much time he saved by saying with RISP.
Well, he had like a 3-hour game. I don't know that time was of that much of an issue at the moment. But if he'd like to say RISP, okay. I just prefer no one say slug. We need to slug. Hit for power. It was good enough to talk that way for 150 years, and now it's not.
You know, when you look back on the Cardinals' season this year, and you look at the series with the Phillies, I think you'd be pretty impressed that they only lost 2 games to the Phillies all year. Season series-wise, I think the Phillies are going to be really good come October, just based on that lineup. And I don't think Aaron Nola is going to be this bad all year. Pretty impressive.
Yeah. Bryce Harper's been pretty quiet. He's gotten off to a rough start.
Taking a shot at the Southside Siemens first baseman?
Well, it had nothing to do with fantasy baseball at the time.
But now that you know.
Now that I know, yeah, it was a bad first-round pick. He's hitting 236.
No, my first-round pick has actually been worse. Yordan Alvarez, who has been, now he's sidelined, but he's had a hand injury, and he has done nothing. And yet the Southside Siemens somehow keep pumping along. I hope we inspire people.
What's your record?
2-3-1.
Okay. That is inspiring.
Aaron Nola, I mean, that was a guy that, was it 2 off seasons he was a free agent?
Sounds right.
Cardinal fans were... I was short in that stock, man. And it wasn't because I wasn't high on him so much as the deal that he was going to get.
The Phillies re-signed him, right? He was on the Phillies, and then they kept him around. Yeah, that sounds right.
You argue with yourself?
Yeah.
Well, he pitched in 22 in that series, and he was a free agent 2 years ago, so yeah, they had to re-sign him. Thanks, Doug.
Yeah, he hasn't had the greatest of seasons.
Been tough.
So the Cardinals' day off. Alec Burleson was with us from Kansas City, so they went right to Kansas City from Philadelphia, and we'll take on the Royals for 3, and then back in St. Louis for a Monday series. And I know the Detroit Tigers don't necessarily have a whole lot of household names, but that's a team that's doing some raking and won in a walk-off fashion last night against the Red Sox. They will be in St. Louis on Monday, and then the Cardinals will face the Diamondbacks, and maybe this town will become baseball crazy again if they can win the series against the Royals.
The series doesn't matter. Get as many wins as you can. I do want to see the crowds return to Busch. I don't like the fact that no one's showing up. That was our thing.
I think
it's kind of the identity of the whole city is the Cardinals.
I think this Tiger series is there's gonna be a maybe not a significant increase, but an increase nonetheless. Just school getting out, nicer weather. Obviously, the team is, at this point, we've had a decent sample size.
Right now, ESPN is saying you can get tickets for as low as $3 for the Tuesday game on May 20th.
I was looking at
$3.
I was looking at prices like all in, fees included, like $20 for the bleachers.
You and Sweet Guy got to go down there for a little bleacher?
I want to go. I haven't been to a game yet this year, and I definitely do want to go to a game. Take my girlfriend, enjoy a little America's pastime.
Huh. Okay.
Enjoy a little America's pastime. Cardinals off today. Kansas City. I'm sure some St. Louisans are making the trip, and then back here for the homestand Memorial Day weekend. They always try to schedule to be out of town when the Dotem's going on, and so
yeah,
they're out of town.
You can see why. Yeah, can't blame them for that.
29th and 30th. I think they're doing the same thing when the President's Cup's here in 2030. I don't know if I'm going to play on the President's Cup team.
You wait for the rider. Wait for the rider invitation.
Are you upset because you haven't been chosen as captain?
I don't know. I mean, Keegan Bradley, here he is. He's 2 strokes off the lead at the PGA, so, I could certainly be a playing captain.
Yeah.
I'll be 53.
It's a slight. You feel like you've been slighted?
My index is now up to 5.5. There's some guys out there right now who are 5.5 indexes.
Yeah. So it's really an insult.
Thank you.
Much as anything.
If I say it, it makes it sound like it's ridiculous. But when you say it, it's the kind of support I need.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5.5 right now, though, Jackson. I'm juicy for member guest season.
I was about to say.
Juicy for member guest season. I think I'm playing with Harrison's brother, Master.
Really? Yeah, go get him, baby.
Are you going to cheer for us?
Of course.
Really? Even though it's Harrison's brother, Master?
Yeah, I can compartmentalize.
Oh, all right.
But if it's the actual person, the texture, I kind of separate texture from human.
So you think these are performative texts?
Who knows? I like to think that way. Makes me sleep easier.
Does it really?
Well,
you're staying up until you start to realize Harrison's brother Master is a character?
Yeah. A lot of things keep me up.
You still face down?
Yeah.
Face down, ass up?
I worry about that. I worry about your breathing as much as anything.
I've realized that I have a bunch of pillows on my bed that I don't use. When I wake up, I'm face
You're
flat.
like a little princess at 4 years old, aren't you?
Yeah, into the mattress. Like the pillow is really like on the top of my head. Yeah.
Face for mouth and nose pressed into the mattress.
With I obviously create some error, or else I would have just passed on long ago. So I figured out a way to do it.
That's so weird.
I better see all my St. Louis Chiefs fans in their Royals blue this weekend. You traitors!
Oh.
Don't you dare down the birds on the bat, losers!
That's from Jackson's summer basketball coach.
You got a summer basketball coach now?
No, my dad was a summer basketball. So
who's just texting?
So Michael Neese, we talked about him earlier in the show. I played summer basketball on a team with Michael Neese.
Is that right?
Yes. Detroit Lions offensive lineman. Yeah.
Huh.
Went to Dayton.
Was he a huge dude even back then?
No, he was not. I mean, he was normal height for, I think we were in 7th or 8th grade. Yeah.
Nothing screams 540 credit score and earned income child credit like Cottleville. That's from Fluffernutters fan.
Out of nowhere.
He's podcasting.
Always fair.
He was talking taxes right then. And if we want to hear anybody talk taxes, we'll turn to Mark Milton because he's the guy that can help you if you're sideways with the IRS and you're tired of dealing with the godforsaken tax man. Maybe you got unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night. Or worse, you could be facing IRS criminal investigation. If that's the case, this is serious stuff. You need to get with a guy who's a professional, been doing it a long time now. That is the STL tax lawyer, Mark Milton. His website is stltaxlawyer.com. Great guy, fantastic lawyer. This is the guy you're going to want in your corner if you have any kind of tax problems at all. He started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. So this is definitely one of the best in the business nationwide. He now helps individuals and small businesses right here in St. Louis solve their tax problems. So any kind of IRS issue, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, no, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision. It should not be based solely on advertisements.
Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email day next here on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals off today, back in action tomorrow in Kansas City. That'll be a 6:40 first pitch. Andre Palante on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, you ready for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today?
I guess so.
Let's do it. I gave an email to the postman. He put it in his sack. Bright early next morning, he brought my email back. Return to sender, address all gone. No such email. Too erotic for the show. We had a quarrel. A Jeffco spat. I write, I'm sorry, but my email keeps coming back. So then I dropped it in the mailbox and I sent it special D. Bright and early next morning, it came right back to me. Return to sender. Address unknown. No such person. No such zone. Doug, is this a song I'm reading?
It sounds like it. But you've heard the real song, right?
The King.
Yes.
This time I'm going to take it myself and put it right under Chairman Kurt's hand, and if it comes back the very next day, then I'll understand. That's from Philip, and then the last name's Yobit. Doug, Philip Yobit.
Philip Yobit. He's new.
Put that off. To answer the early morning debate of the day, baseball dads are the worst. I say that as a multi-sport official. But that really only applies to the first few innings. They always seem less fiery after so many of them pair up to retrieve foul balls that it moves to the court. Basketball dads are the worst. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of marketing of 1985 Grand Ams with a spoiler.
Shooter McGavin, vice president of something or other.
Happy Thursday, lads. Top 3 wingies in the STL. Fenton Bar and Grill, B Halls, Tubby's Pub and Grub. Doug, are you familiar with Tubby's?
No, I'm not.
Pub? After the Blues crashed out, I was worried about the Cardinals dragging more ass than a two-legged donkey, but they youngry, and they ready to win some hot babies. I'm glad to see Pistol Pete take heat for being a basketball aficionado instead of the hogwash that was greasing the airwaves earlier this week. It's fun to poke out a white kid from Ladue who's obsessed with the round ball, but just like the mafia, we leave the families out of it. Parish picnic starting to heat up. I'll be spinning Chuck-a-Luck this weekend. What's your favorite parish picnic pastime or favorite carnival ride? That's from my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny.
Well, the best parish picnic, St. Gabriel's, when it's in June. Doug, Chuck-a-Luck's a wonderful game. I usually allocate, I talk with financial advisors, they say you should allocate about 20% of your net to Chuck-a-Luck.
Okay. Every year that the carnival rolls around?
Of your net?
Yeah, net and annual income.
Okay.
Wow.
20%. And what are the chances of winning the game when you play it?
Probably like 38.
38%. Okay.
It's like a mutual fund.
Fell in love at Rozelle's again. You, the fan and pinch prodigy, standing outside in a pearl necklace, arms crossed like a disappointed stage mom who spent 12 straight months slicing up vertical video in your kitchen just to earn a seat in the room. Head of TikTok in your Instagram bio. Head of unpaid content and practice. You clawed your way to the fourth mic in the fourth hour, not through talent or timing, but through 14 DMs to Tim that somehow hit during a week when Plowsy lost the keys to his RV, Iggy faked a shoulder injury, and Jackson was on a mental health break in Branson with the knapsack and Spacebar? You have a friend named Spacebar?
No.
You didn't get hired, you got defaulted. Your Cinderella story comes with a cracked ring light and Jackson as your boss randomly roaming Hubbard in an oversized tee like he's directing on the Sunset Strip in the early 90s. Your promotion came courtesy of Martin egging himself out of another shift, 53rd time this quarter, leaving just enough dead air for the brass to go, where's that one kid who keeps tagging us in spaghetti Sunday reels? Now, look at you, off mic, off camera, off in the corner at the Little Tykes folding table with a Chromebook from 2015 and a LaCroix someone else bought. Don't feel bad. That's the same premium experience we get when we quote, win a spring training golf shirt. No cart, no tee time, just a Caesar wrap and a sunburn in the mulch while the boys swing the sticks. If we're lucky, they might toss us a thumbs up or change their socks in our general direction. One year, Tim flipped me a quarter and told me to be a pal and find some Neosporin. Oh. Me, I'm just here looking for the sale. Last verified email I've got to a decision maker is Iggy Strode Mattress Fund at Netscape.com. And the auto reply says he's out with gout. You guys got business cards? Some Big Tank Del Vecchio ready to be the next whack packer turned founder, CEO, or onboarding coordinator of Vibes. We're media men. Act like it, Doug. It's Big Tank Del Vecchio.
Big Tank Del Vecchio.
All right, what you got?
Well, I wanted to vote for somebody other than Big Tank because he was taking shots at Kurt.
Jackson's not my boss.
That's true. So I'll go Shooter McGavin.
It's Big Tank, and it's not even close.
Big Tank.
Big Tank is one designer. Heating and cooling email of the day. BK and Ferrari are up next for Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan, Vaughn, and Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.